Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine, it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Carnito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stunting, but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
Saab is coming, and so are we.
Pause. Oh, they out of control. They out of pocket. Hold on a second. Let's get this thing. I gotta adjust this thing, Attic, one time. For whatever reason, the video tray be lower. What's up?
Are we?
No, we're hot. The mics are hot. The mics are hot.
Okay.
We're super hot.
I'll bring it up just during my segment.
We're the blazingest of hot.
Let me clean my glasses.
Get everything right because you're hot. Give me 1 second. And then, Attic, let's get a mic check from you right quick. I want to make sure my levels.
Hello.
Yeah, you're coming through high. Okay, I'm going to turn myself up a little bit. I'm a little low. All right. We're down. And then at our Let's get a little Mikey check.
Hello.
Yeah, super smooth. Hold on 1 second. Let's get this down here. Oh, yes, we always doing some weird stuff. All right, there we go. Now we looking a little better. Sound a little better. What's going on, y'all? I see Asher Parrot in there. All right, I see y'all. Give me a second.
There'll be no pause-worthy moments today.
Yeah, they out of pocket in there. Outbreak Gamers, what's up? What's going on? Now I'm Omar. What's up? Roll call is a little late. Contact, man. Stop calling us out on us being late, man. Things be happening, man. Be thankful we here, man. It's Labor Day, man. Anyway, yeah. And we are live. And welcome to the ILP Podcast, LLC, and LordsofGaming.net. Episode number 415. It's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. And today, we've got that PS6 portable. Helldivers 2 success. I miss when King laughs, though. You get that little snicker. You know what I'm saying?
The snicker.
The topic that he likes, snicker. You know what I'm saying? And we got Shinobi, Art of Vengeance. Woo. A lot to talk about there. A lot has transpired since. And Outer Worlds 2 preview to discuss. So we go get right into it. Yeah, Outbreak, Countdown to Tokyo. Facts. You sound like you going. Let me find out you going, Web Day. Back for that. What's up? Anyway, so let's introduce the gaming nights to the realm here at the round table. Missing one for right now, so we might as well get the elephant out the room. Shout out to our brother, Lord King David, doing the vacation. You know what I'm saying? Doing a little thing with Lady King and stuff like that. So he's due a little day off. You know what I'm saying? So I can slander him now unimpeded. It's cool. But I will try to invoke his spirit as much as I can on certain topics because we know how he gonna feel on certain things. But we still
He was gonna do that if he was here. No.
Oh, y'all try to see. I don't like this new label y'all try to put on me now. I noticed this new label.
Instigator, the insider.
Yeah. See, I'll take the instigator. I like that, the insider. I like that. I incite stuff. I like that. But like they try to, Attic and King try to throw me in this console war bag. That part, I was like, I'm the insider. I'm not necessarily King is the king of that.
Because he's not console warring anymore. Not at all, right?
Yeah, because he's ascended, but we know what he be doing. Anyway, we still got the Jackson 4 to gaming nights in a row here at the round table. And hopefully our man Forte will join us soon. My co-host, the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, Lord of the Spin Clap, and the How of the Young Wolf. My man, Lord Attic, back to back. How we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. First off, get right out with it. I played like 3.5 hours of Helldivers last night, and those machines on harder difficulties, man. Like it's you running.
I heard you and Rook was up in this.
Yeah, Rook got me killed like 20 times.
Oh, no.
You keep throwing his sentries down and those sentries don't discriminate. If you happen to be between that sentry and something they shooting, you going down with that person. Like,
Oh, I forgot. There's friendly fire here. I forgot about this.
so yeah, see, look, $5 per shot from
Oh, he in there.
Call me Lord Turret.
Lord Turret,
He
yeah, what happened?
literally-
What happened? Tell the truth. What happened?
So someone put up, you know how they have the mechs now. So someone put up one of the mechs, and I'm like, okay, I get to use the mech. Well, I didn't know this, but there was a turret in front of me, and then there was someone behind me. So the turret just completely self-centered on killing the person behind me, and killed my turret before I could even understand what was going on.
That's
Like, and
crazy.
it just blew up, and I'm like, how'd I die?
Yo, that's wild. So I gotta get in there. I've been waiting, so I gotta get in there, man. How's it like? How the server's been? It's been lit. Like, what's going on? What's the energy? I know we're gonna talk about it. But just real quick, like, what's the gameplay energy though?
No, it's fun. I definitely, the updates they've made since launch, like they put like vehicles in the game, you know, turrets. They put a lot more weapons, a lot more strikes. There's this napalm thing that blows up like half the map. It feels like. So they put a lot more into this game in terms of, you know, being able to really sit down and play something.
I gotta
So
break protocol. South Rook is defending himself about his play session. Man.
Let me see. He got in the way of my turret doing the Lord's work. I did nothing wrong. $5 in the chat for the Iron Rook.
Rook said you was in the way, man. He dropped his turret. His turret was
I
doing
blame
his
your
thing.
Turret. I don't blame you. I blame your turret. Your turret saw friendly people right in front of it. Like, how is it that I stop shooting and then start shooting after I've cleared my ally? But your turret's like, I'm just gonna go through you. So yeah, it's been a pretty fun time. I will say I was wrong about Helldivers. Do I still think it's you know, kind of like a weird gameplay thing. I usually don't like stuff that's like shoot. Like, there's not really like a lot of gameplay besides just shooting.
Right.
But I will say that, like, between that, the options they have you to where you fight, the amount that you could scale the game up to, how hard it is, how strong, because we were playing the bugs for a while, then we ended up playing the bots, the Terminator people, and I was like, yeah, let's go back to the bugs. So I enjoyed it. I had to get off because people were like, Attic needs a cigarette. I was like, because it was rough. We dropped 2 hell bombs in one match.
Wow.
Like it was that serious. It was that serious. So yeah, we'll get to that a little bit into the future. Yeah. So I do want to address last week. All right. So we have had to make some adjustments. Okay.
What we do? What were you addressing?
No, this is the Demon Slayer thing.
Oh Lord.
So last week we did a goal for the Demon Slayer thing. We were going to, because the essential goal that COG checkmate mine and King is that we all had to do it. Well, Saul can't do it because he has stuff he has to do with his family. Because you got to keep in mind, we are going to Tokyo for 2 or 3 weeks.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I will be divorced when I come back if I don't.
Yeah.
So what we're doing,
Lady Sav has put in the stipulations.
Put in the ultimatum.
The ultimatums in the contract.
It's like, oh, you mean you're gonna go hang out the weekend before you're leaving for 2 weeks? You're gonna hang out with the dudes you're gonna be with for 2 weeks?
Oh, she
That's
do
what
that.
you're
What
gonna
you
do?
said?
I was like, no, I'm not doing that. I was like, no, I'm not doing that.
so now we officially have you know, and then King and Saul were gonna go. But here's the thing, we're not gonna like come up here and do a go every week. We're just gonna go, no cosplay. We're just gonna go ahead and go. I think we have to drive like 45 minutes to where King is to have a watching his. So COG has to go watch Checkerboard. Checkerboard Chandra.
Checkerboard gang. Let's go.
And so he's got to go watch Checkerboard Chandra. But we're just going, instead of doing like every week where we do a go to get another lore to go, last week we're just all gonna go. So I hope that
mine
that's
is
good. I know-
off so that he's
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
I mean,
we gotta be
you don't
clear.
need
We
to
gotta be clear what we're offering.
I mean, we could. I mean, if they're giving it in Japan, we could make it a Japan thing and actually go watch it in Japan.
I don't
He
think
can't wait that
by
long.
then Japan will probably. No, I'm watching it before then.
yeah,
so-
you ain't waiting for us anyway.
Yeah, I'm watching it the day it comes out. I'm just gonna rewatch it in New York. I don't think by then because it's been out in Japan for a month
while.
already.
A month
Okay,
already.
yeah, so it might not be in the theaters
anymore. Gotcha,
I would
gotcha.
love seeing that.
Oh,
Then
that
there's
would
the
be
issue
fire,
if we
Japan,
go
see that.
watch it in Japan. I don't know if there's English dubs. I mean English subs. Like
That's right.
they probably just had that full
Normal.
blown.
Yeah.
You watch it in
You
Japanese.
know, you hear, you know what you hear, you know what language you speak. You don't need no text for you Americans. All right, now that makes sense. That makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're going to all go watch the movie besides Saul because clearly Cog wants me to say that, and then.
Trying
And then
to save
afterwards,
this man.
we're gonna have like an R&R on what Cog's opinion on. Because keep in mind, especially King going in, because Cog's watched a couple of things. King going into Demon Slayer essentially a Demon Slayer virgin. Like he doesn't. Know
Oh, he never
anything
watch it. All that
about the
mouth,
show.
and he ain't never watch it.
He doesn't know anything about the show at all.
So
I
it's
think
fair
we're
to
gonna
say
do,
I'm more of a connoisseur than Demon Slayer than he is. That I'm more checking the gang than he
yes.
is. So he didn't even
You've
know
seen-
about the thing
you've
I was
seen
trying to
6
do to him
episodes
last.
more than he is. Yeah. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna get I'm gonna get King and Cog into a Discord, and I'm gonna have them play a video that's probably like 10, 15 minutes long. That's gonna explain to them because I don't want them going into the movie with zero knowledge whatsoever. Sure, the video is gonna spoil stuff, but the movie's gonna spoil stuff too. So it's just gonna catch them up because I want them to know who the Hashira are because all of them are in the movie, and I want them to know who the upper demons are. So that's no. Well, the dude that does the fighting style that fought Rangoku, he's the upper demon 3. Yeah, he's in this movie. He's one of the key because there's three movies that they're finishing Demon Slayer with, and this is the first one.
No doubt, no doubt. So that's been it, sir.
Yeah, it's been about it. We got a lot of stuff to talk about today. I am on the last. I've been streaming all the Final Fantasies, and I'm in the Chaos Shrine for Garland.
Okay.
Chaos technically is his name now. So I'm at the very end of Final Fantasy 1, and it's crazy. The game is old as hell, and I still enjoy playing even the older Final Fantasies.
Classic, bro. Classic.
I think I'm beating it in like 9 hours.
Oh, wow.
Like all of Final Fantasy 1. Well, the original Final Fantasy wasn't that long. It was the ones after that they started like ballooning because once you put more dialogue, because like you get the ship in Final Fantasy 1 and then just goes you flying around the ship. That'd have been a 30-minute conversation in newer Final Fantasy. It just shows up and bam, you got it. So it's been a good. The funny thing is I've never played Final Fantasy 2 or 3 because at that time I think Final Fantasy 2 came out for like the DS or something like that. So I never really got to play it at that time because they kept jumping platforms there for a while.
Yeah, that was a mercenary starting of the Square
so
mercenary.
2 and 3, I've never played. I've beat 4 and 5 and 6. I don't remember anything about 4, 5, and 6 because it was so long since I played it. I did beat 4's 3DS remake. Okay. So I have played that more relatively soon, and I beat 7 like once a year for like the past 5, 6 years, and I just recently beat 8 like a year and a half, 2 years ago.
You got to see how he plays 7. You guys got to see how he plays 7. I was sitting in a car with this man in Cali. He plays 7 like it's a speed run. Like he knows it front to back.
Oh yes,
so
crazy.
I was watching him. I'm like, dude, it was like a 2-hour ride when we were in Calabasas out in Cali.
Oh, that was the year we did Calabasas.
And I was sitting there and I'm watching him play FF7. I'm like, dude, and he just knows what he's gonna do. Pressing buttons and it's just flying. I'm like, oh my god, he knows the game front and back. So
that's crazy.
How long does it take you to get through it, Attic?
I could probably beat Final Fantasy 7 in 5 hours if I wanted to.
Christ.
Yeah. See, what's funny is someone in my chat said, "Oh, I don't believe in there could be OP Final Fantasy characters." I was like, "You ain't see my characters on Final Fantasy."
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
My Final Fantasy 10 characters is absolutely absurd. Like everyone's, I have Yuna that's a summon that's really supposed to cast magic and cast summons on you. Her attack does 99,999. Just her regular attack, and she ain't supposed to do that. Like,
So that's been it, sir. Besides speed running games and beat them in 5 hours.
No, I didn't speedrun Final Fantasy. There's just not a lot. Yeah, I'm interested in playing 2 and 3 though, because I've never beat them. I'm 4 and 5. I haven't played 4 and 5 in years and years. Or 6. I think I beat 9 one time too. I beat 6 and 9 one time, so I don't remember. Besides the scene in 6 where the poison the town, I remember that. That was that always
Kefka wilding.
Kefka, because they were trying to like not do scummy stuff in war. And Kefka's like, "No, I'm just poisoning everyone. I don't care." Like, and then I remember the one time where Kefka made his soldiers get down, and he would walk over them over the sand.
Kefka's beastiness is so savage.
He didn't want to walk in the sand, so he made them get in line. So he walked over his soldiers in the sand.
Yeah, that's that gangster J. Like, I don't want to dust off my Air Force One, so y'all got to get in front. You know what I'm saying? I think DJ Khaled got a skit like or something like that where he got new Jordans and he got the bodyguards come out. He steps on them so his feet don't touch the floor type energy. That's what Kefka's on. Like the Kefka, you don't want his Jordan scuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think the reason a lot of people love Kefka is like Kefka and Sephiroth are two characters in the opposite adjacents of each other. Like Sephiroth is way more serious than Kefka. Sephiroth like has a plain objective, and Kefka is one of the most non-serious people you could think of. And Kefka actually achieved what Kefka wanted to do.
Kefka and Sephiroth remind me of like Batman, Joker energy. Like they're both crazy, but Kefka is just unhinged.
Yes, and I think the reason more people like Sephiroth is because you can sympathize with Sephiroth more. Like he literally went crazy because he found out about Genova's cell.
I like the Batman Joker analogy. That was really good. I like that.
I mean, he's literally a psychotic clown.
Yeah, pretty much.
Psychotic clown god.
Suplexing trains and all this craziness.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah, so I think that's the reason people like Sephiroth more, because like because you see at the beginning of 7, you see a more down-to-earth Sephiroth. He even cares about what happens to Zack. And then once he finds out what happens to Nebelham, he loses his mind.
He straight lost it. No doubt. And of course, we have our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience. And also the Substradamus, the Lord of Clarity, Messiah and Lord Patron of the Iron Bank, PC Master Races. Oh, Lord Sovereign. How we doing, sir?
Doing good, man. It's a bit of an eventful week. So you guys know I am a Phantom of the Opera like stan. That is my thing. That's my thing, right? And they closed the show now, I think going on 2 years or more, on Broadway. So they brought it back though as more of like an experience, like this kind of like that crowd interaction experience thing, right? And my sister got tickets for us to go. But I mean, when I say it's an experience, like they want you dressing up, like they want you.
Oh, it's one of those
masquerade ball. It's literally a masquerade ball. They want you to put the mask on, dress up, like it's a whole thing. But it's much more interactive. So I'm going into it thinking it's kind of like a Disney ride, like the Pirates of the Caribbean, where you're just observing it from a distance and like, but it's not animatronics. Actually, it's people. But I thought it was that, like you're going from scene to scene of the show, watching it at a distance, and then you're in this environment that's very much sort of like, made out to be like, France at the time, the Paris Opera at the time, like this very cool thing. But no, it is super interactive, and you're in the middle of it. Like literally that you are part of the scenery, and you're in there. Like for instance, there are parts in the show like where there's a masquerade ball, and you're in the middle of the masquerade ball. Like y'all
gotta get up and interact.
The whole thing is walking. You're not sitting down.
Oh, there's no sitting and watching.
Well, they were sitting and watching when you get to certain scenes, because it's literally you walking through this entire. It's basically like a done up warehouse space that's made to look like the different scenes in Phantom. They did an amazing job with that. But you're essentially walking from thing to thing as things happen in the show.
Got you.
And there are certain scenes where you're going to be there for a little bit longer, so there are ways for you to kind of sit around it.
Yeah.
But you're literally part of the scenery. Like I said, the masquerade ball, you are in there dancing with the freaking. You're dancing with the freaking. Yeah.
There's a movie coming out that's called The Longest Walk or something like that. I can't remember exactly what the name is. It's about if you stop, you got to walk the country, and if you stop, they shoot
they
you.
kill you. It's a Stephen King thing. Yeah.
So apparently one of these movie theaters have decided to make a joke that they're doing a private showing of it, or a select
And you got to
showing
stand
of
up
it,
the whole time.
No, you got to be on a treadmill or something, walking at 3 miles per hour, and if you stop, they escort you out of the building.
Chill.
Yeah,
Okay, I mean,
wild.
that's cool. I like stuff like that. Like if you're into that sort of stuff, and
So if you want to watch the movie and finish it, you have to
You gotta-
continue to walk.
at 3 miles an hour, like after a while,
Walking
you're gonna
about
get
6.5
tired.
miles.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
KSRT with you, Sav. He said Phantom has been his favorite as well. He goes to see it 3 times in 2 languages.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I've seen it in Spanish, and I've seen it obviously in English. It is like this. If you're a Phantom fan, make your way to New York. I'm not sure when they're gonna do Masquerade elsewhere.
Nice.
But dude, it's really, really awesome. And they abridge it a little bit. They amend certain things to kind of fit into a 2-hour time frame, right? Because it's the show is actually like 3 hours with an intermission. You don't get any of that here. It is 2 hours straight, you standing, moving from thing to thing.
Gotcha.
But it's freaking awesome. And then the thing is, you would think something like this, the quality of the singing and the acting might be a level down. Like I said, I went into it thinking it's like a Disney ride.
Right.
No, dude, you have people who have played these roles on stage,
Chill.
playing the roles. Like
What's the proximity to them?
I'm right next to
You're
them.
right
Like,
next to them? They touchable?
Listen, in the masquerades part where it's like this big ball, the masquerade ball, everybody's singing, dancing, the Phantom makes his way. And this is something that in the show happens at the beginning of the second act of the show.
Yeah.
In here, because it's called Masquerade, they want to sort of like make that point like right at the beginning.
Yeah.
So the Masquerade thing happens early. So I'm literally standing there. The Phantom comes by, he pushes me out of the way, and looks at me.
Chill.
Like, yeah. Like,
See that? But it could go left though.
no,
It could go left. Like, how does security handle this if someone's out of pocket?
So you have security, they escort you from place to place, right?
Okay.
And they are in there, right? First of all, like if somebody has some kind of medical emergency, they're ready
That's
to
what
go
I'm
get them
saying.
out
Let
of
them
there.
grandma, somebody
And
gotta
they-
go bathroom.
Right. And if somebody decides that,
I'm wilding out.
Yeah, they're wilding out. This is too much. They're going to grab the Phantom or something like that. I'm sure they have people ready to jump.
Ready to go.
I saw some big goons there.
Oh, the
ready
goons
to
on
jump.
deck?
Yeah, just because you never know. You have overzealous
Yeah,
people.
overzealous.
I just-
You're my favorite. Oh, I love the way you.
Dude, I just saw a video of some dude like at I think a corn concert up in the Rican student masturbating at a corn concert.
yo.
Like he was enjoying it so much he started masturbating.
That is so
they
pleasuring.
they had to get him out of there. So overzealous fans could really
Yes,
mess
there's
up.
a lot of trust in this
Yeah,
performance.
exactly, and that's the thing, and that's the thing. Like, if you're a Phantom fan, if you've seen this show multiple times over many years, this is like the next step. Like, you're right there with them, and they did an awesome job. I did not think ever that I would want to like. For me, I'm paying money, entertain me.
What's going on with PlayStation and Xbox?
What's going on?
Why does PlayStation have Gears of War Reloaded?
They're better in Gears of War.
Wait, but check this out. He said go to Xbox's Twitter too. He said Xbox is doing something right now at the same time as well. Go to Xbox's Twitter. Let's see what's going on there. That's wow. What is happening? Good call out, Astro Parrot King. What is happening today? Did you find it? Let's see what Xbox is doing.
Same.
Ain't sure. Hey, yo, see, this is the sex that I was talking about. This is Let's put our outfits on today when we go to the club. Like, this is what they doing. Come on, man. The social media of both of them is promote. Come on, man. Y'all know what time it is, man. I told y'all, sexting. They trying to let y'all know they wasn't comfortable coming out to the world about this relationship at first. They been sliding the DMs.
Why are
you
y'all surprised by this?
No, I am surprised because for them, like, we know what Xbox was doing because of the strategy, and we were like, okay, cool.
No, I'm not surprised.
I'm
After I
not-
saw
I'm
them
not
promote them
surprised,
on
man.
their website.
No, I'm saying, but it's been a progression. It's been more aggressive of showcasing the love.
I mean, the
kind of thing.
Xbox is the one making the move, right? So it's like, I get it, but I mean, PlayStation is receiving very well. Like,
I
you know
mean,
what I mean?
when do we know them to put their stuff out there like that?
I mean,
Yes,
but here's
man.
the thing: when have they ever been in a situation where their competition just bent the knee and throw the white flag? There's no real reason to compete anymore.
But here's the thing. See, I'm not buying that because they've never shown any. They've continued to put the foot down. Oh, word, we gonna stop this from coming over you. Oh yeah, you could do all that you want, but we still look y'all as the ops. That's how they've always moved. We gotta act like this is a shift.
I just think recently it just like certain things don't make sense to go. Like a Helldivers, obviously to continue to grow that player base and to have the you need people playing that game. I get it that you don't bring a God of War, you don't bring it, you bring it like 10 years later after you're not selling any more copies of it on PlayStation, sure. But I mean, I don't know, man. Like I don't feel like there's beef like that anymore. Like there just isn't.
No, it's definitely not.
I think the moment Xbox was like, we're putting Gears, we're putting everything. It's like there's no real reason to keep their stuff on other platforms. There's no real reason to be competitive on anything. It's like, look, at this point, who else is really going to compete with them on a hardware manufacturer besides Switch? And Switch is doing something else different. So it's not like they're competing directly with them. So
that's what I'm saying. It feels like it would be stupid of them to continue to mush Xbox as they walk by, like for no reason, because there's no beef. Like, I don't understand
because they know for a fact their games are coming day and date. There's no real reason to hold some of these games back. The natural default console, the natural default ecosystem is the PlayStation.
So why not receive their games and keep your own?
Because there's no reason to. You're not competing anymore.
There's no reason to. You're just adding to the people. We've already seen that on the PlayStation side. On the PlayStation side, there are definitely people who do not play Xbox games at all. Like if it's not on a PC, and that's more recently, or I'm not getting an Xbox. So there's certain things that they're just not picking up. Right? We saw that with Forza. Like so, and I haven't even looked at how Gears is doing.
Right. Yeah, I haven't checked yet. I know Greenberg put out like 1 million players, but I'm saying they've been so concerned about their brand and hurting their brand and in preserving any form of exclusive relationship to show that, hey, what you get over here is very exclusive. Their whole branding only on PlayStation, VIP, like this is their whole thing.
That was PlayStation acknowledging those years that Xbox is competition. I don't think they consider them competition anymore.
They were beating them before. That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
but they were still. But Xbox was still actively saying they're competing.
They were still doing exclusives. They were still targeting marketing rights. They were still building subscription services like Game Pass. Microsoft's no longer doing half of that, so they don't see them as competition. So it's like, give them Helldivers, give them this, give them that. They do not see it.
I understand one point. I understand saying that they're not competing anymore. But that don't say, okay, now we're giving you our stuff too. That's where
because they're not competing. That's the point in doing it. They're not competing, so it's easier to do it now because they no longer see them as competition.
That's the point I'm trying to say. It's easier to do it now. You only do those things if there's something going on with you also that you need to do it. Otherwise, you just smack. What's the art of war? You kill, you finish completely.
But okay, I think that it's really in the gaming space. Everybody needs as much help as they can get. This idea of stomping out your competition,
which they've done their entire existence, which they've locked stuff off platforms their entire existence. Their whole ethos is like, if Xbox benefits, we'll time exclusive. We'll buy a whole franchise.
Does that make sense anymore?
That was back when Xbox was actually correct. We were literally saying the same thing.
I don't think it makes sense anymore. Like and they're smart enough to know it doesn't make sense anymore. Right. That's not where we're at. Like all that talk, what do you say when Matt Booty put out the email, like I want to crush them and stomp them. No, you really don't. You don't want to do that because again, we're not there anymore where it's like it benefits me to eliminate my competition completely in a space that is artistically driven, is gotten smaller, particularly since COVID, right?
Right.
You want to have as many people in the space as possible.
So now y'all where I'm at, which is y'all try to say they didn't do it because they're not competition anymore. No, they're doing it because if they don't do it themselves, they won't survive. 100%. That's what I'm pushing back. That's the only thing I was pushing back on.
Well, yeah, when you look at when you say they cannot sit there and just follow their regular status quo as it was and think that because Xbox isn't a competition anymore, that they can just do what they've been doing and it's going to be fine. Obviously, they're going to lead in console sales. Obviously, their top, their top first party products are going to sell whatever they're going to sell, right, on their platform. But it's just not the same. Like you when you see them making Xbox like moves without, like, to our point, without having the impetus to really do it because they're winning already, that's just where the tides are going.
Right.
That is just where it's going because,
that's
again,
all I'm saying.
Otherwise they wouldn't do it at all.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying. I was just trying to say was that it's not because, these dudes lay down, so it doesn't matter. It's we got to adapt too. That's all I was saying.
No. But the specific reasons, but I mean specifically about the first party stuff.
I personally believe they're way more open to doing stuff like this because Microsoft will go multi, because Microsoft's putting their game.
You don't do that. You don't do that unless you realize you see the teams.
Let's just move on, though. We don't agree on it. That's fine.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so back to Phantom. No, okay. So again, if you have the opportunity to see this is freaking amazing. It's still in preview, so we had one technical hiccup that was like, we had to stop for like 5 minutes while the sound got fixed. But again, you're in the middle of this, and so the actors just walk off the stage, and then they come back and act like nothing happened. It's pretty freaking awesome. Then at the end, everybody's like, the last place you go to is like a party area where obviously there's drinking. You can meet all the actors and and talk to them like right up close. Like I said, like up close. They give you the opportunity to purchase merch and stuff like that. So it is very much a commercial thing, but it's freaking awesome, man. I did not expect to like it the way I did, but it's awesome. So if you have the opportunity to do that.
How much your ticket?
Okay, so in previews, the tickets were $230 each. Okay. $230 each. I don't know if they go up after previews are done, but definitely worth it. I thought it was going to be, because when you look at the time frames for when they bring people in, it's every 15 minutes. So I'm like, wait a minute, is this a 15-minute thing for $230? No, what it is that they have multiple casts every night doing the show. So what happens is, like, you'll go in at 7:00. That cast for 7:00 goes through with that entire group that start at 7:00. The 7:15 group that comes in is another cast. And so everybody's moving along. So by the time the 7:15 group has gone in, the first group is already, on the second or third act of the production. Yeah. So you never run into each other. You never see each other. You never run into one another. So that's how they can kind of rotate people in and out fairly quickly. Gotcha. Because it is kind of this moving thing. It's awesome. So yeah, check it out if you can. Beyond this, my section is going to be a little bit longer today because I have a couple of things to talk about. Correct. That the guys haven't played, and it's not worth it to do it as an actual sort of topic. So first, I want to talk about. So we're going to be talking about remakes, remasters, and things of that ilk. First thing, so we all got access to Gears of War Reloaded in one shape, a form, or whatever. So I want to talk about that quickly. I got. Shout out to Xbox for giving us codes. We and the coalition, we were able to get PlayStation codes and some Xbox codes in addition to that. Although most of us, I think, have Ultimate Edition, so you get it for free on Xbox. Yeah. What can I say other than it's that game? It's that game. It was cool to see it on PlayStation, and so to see the PlayStation centric sort of bells and whistles over there. It runs nicely. It runs at a pretty decent 60 FPS. If it falls under that, the VRR on my TV kind of fixes that, so I don't really see it. Get a pretty stable 60 FPS on the PS5 Pro. Whatchamacallit, active reload feels cool on the DualSense controller. Stuff like that, but it is Gears 1. And Gears 1, if we really think about it, is probably, obviously the story, there's nostalgia there. This game is almost 20 years old at this point. But mechanically, it is the least sophisticated of the Gears games, right? So it's cool to see on the, again, it would crisper, it runs nicely.
I heard the DualSense features are really cool.
Yeah, like DualSense features are cool. Like yeah. You have sound coming out of the controller and things like that. So that's pretty cool. On the Xbox side, I have not actually played the Series X version. I just went right to the PC version to see what kind of bells and whistles they added to that. Obviously, you have HDR. They also added like more expanded sound options. Like you have your 7.1 or 7 point, 7 point, whatever they call it, 7.5, 0.2, whatever. You have all of those options. I think you've always had Dolby Atmos on that. On the PC, you have some ray tracing options, and you have, obviously the HDR options and things like that. But like I said, it is that game, and it hasn't necessarily received the glow up that we've seen in other games. Obviously, this is not like a Silent Hill 2 style remake, or even an MGS Delta, which I'll talk about in a second type of remake. When you look at the cutscenes in particular, like, you finally have like proper HDR, right? But in the cutscenes aren't remastered. So the cutscenes, you see a lot of black crush in them, and like they don't look great. They look a little bit grainy and stuff like that, even though it is in engine. But again, it's Gears 1. It's good that, the PlayStation faithful who've never played Gears have access to it. I will say this, being that it's the first Gears and it isn't this, crazy top to bottom glow up, I just hope people recognize and kind of see it for what it is, and don't say, oh, this Gears is whack, because, this is not. This is very simple. This is old mechanically and stuff like that. Looking at it now, I kind of wish they maybe waited, and being that E-Day is a prequel, they probably, just start with E-Day, right? And start people from there, and then maybe give people the full trilogy, so that way you have access to all the original 3 Gears games.
Very financially favorable.
No, it definitely is, but because Gears 1 didn't get that level of glow up, I'm like, again, I just don't want people, and this would be people being disingenuous, right? But I can see people looking at it and be like, oh, what's so special about this? Well, this is the original that's 20 years old at this point, right? Right. And less mechanically sort of diverse than the games that followed. So that's it. If you're looking to impress a newcomer to Gears, that's what I mean. Like, it's not going to really impress anybody who's played a third-person action game or whatever. So that's the thing. But again, this game is 20 years old. Even if you are PlayStation, and maybe you found some way to play this game at some point. I hope. So, but it is the best version of Gears 1 that you can play. So I will say that. I would have loved to have seen like an even bigger glow up to it. But that's not what it is. But it's cool that it's out there. And for those people that have never played Gears, I'm happy for y'all. I'm definitely happy for y'all. All right.
What else you been
MGS Delta Snake Eater.
What's going on over here?
So, MGS 3, when did that game really come out? I completely forgot. MGS 3 Snake Eater. Let me see the date real quick. So it was what? 2004, November 2004. So more than 20 years old this game is. When I played this game originally, that was kind of the last one that I really just played before MGS 5. I was kind of burnt out a little bit by the time I got to MGS 4 and, the hour and a half cutscenes and stuff like that. I was like, I don't want to do this. And I've never finished MGS 4.
Hour and a half cutscenes.
Dude. Yeah. 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 Yeah, maybe I'm exaggerating.
First time I've seen one of those. If there's a cutscene more than 20 minutes, I'm turning that off.
Yeah, there's some really, really long cutscenes. I might be exaggerating a little bit, but they're long. Pause. So for better or worse, this game is that game. Obviously, the graphical glow up that it's gotten is like astounding. It is really, really beautiful. I haven't experienced any of the issues that people are talking about with the Unreal stutter. Again, I'm not playing it on console. I'm playing it on PC. Playing it on PC, so it runs beautifully on the AMD rig, and it runs beautifully as well on the NVIDIA rig. So I haven't had much in the way of issues with that. But again, I have like my screens have VRR, super high refresh rate. So any sort of imperfections or inconsistencies get fixed by the hardware in that way. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know if it does have the what we generally call the UE5 stutter and stuff like that. I haven't experienced it.
Gotcha.
It is a beautiful glow up of that game. Like graphically, it is absolutely gorgeous. That said, there was a sort of griminess to this game that was part of its appeal a little bit, right? PlayStation 2, Kojima extracted possibly some of the most beautiful, iconic graphics from that console. And MGS3 was no exception. It was something about like this sort of grainy filminess over, the graphics of that game that kind of gave it a lot of its personality. And here, a lot of that is gone. There is a filter where you could apply to it, at least in terms of like the colors, and to kind of make them similar to the old game. But if you have this game running at 4K and obviously high resolution textures and things like that, that sort of graininess and griminess that was part of the kind of the appeal, visual appeal of that game originally is gone. It's very clean looking. So, some of the personality is gone in that regard. And I can see how some people could find it like a little too sterile. Yeah. But I mean, again, the level of glow up it's getting, I'm fine with it. Like it is so pretty and graphics are crisp, and like the facial models, like everything about it look like it's really, really a pretty looking game. But much like Gears, underneath, it is that game. and but they have made some quality of life improvements, I will say. They do give you, so if you guys, anybody who played the game remembers, like the classic sort of camera angle for Metal Gear games is kind of almost like overhead. So you can see, so you can kind of see like, kind of the entire terrain and sort of be better prepared for the stealth and stuff like that. You have that here if you want. And they also, like I said before, they have legacy sort of like color filters to make it look more like the PS2 game. I went with the modern controls and the modern filter, right? So the modern controls make it feel more like your typical sort of third-person action game controls, much in the same way you would expect a third-person action game to control. But some weird camera stuff is still kind of intact. Like, for instance, like when you crawl. When you crawl, you figure the camera just controls the way it does when you're walking, or when you're
kind of like a perspective.
It's very weird. Like, for instance, like it almost controls. How can I compare it to controlling like a Halo Warthog with both analogs?
Oh, got you. Yeah.
It gets a little weird where the camera, like you're moving the camera in the opposite direction of where you want to go in order to turn around. Otherwise, he'll just crawl backwards. So it's weird stuff like that is like, okay, you made all these quality of life improvements. You didn't do that. Like, and in terms of like the gameplay design, right? This game is, it's a great stealth game, but it is sectioned off. It isn't an open world game like what you might expect from like an MGS5, right? And they took a lot from MGS5 in terms of these modern controls, but the game still is very much section to section, right? And it isn't this open space, this open sandbox that you can mess around. You can do plenty within each little section of gameplay, but it's limited in that regard, right? So again, it is that game underneath, and if you love that game, that is there and it's completely intact. But considering some of the glow ups you got in other ways, I'm like, man, maybe you could have, like, and I get it. Konami doesn't have to do much to these games really to bait people into the nostalgia play and to really like make money. They're gonna make a lot of money with these games.
Did you feel it was like low effort?
No, not at all. Because when you look at the graphical glow up, you're like, this is not low effort.
Okay, got you.
But in a lot of ways, it does feel like that you could literally run the old game underneath it. Like,
do you feel that the sell was always let's make it look better, but not let's make it play better?
For the most part, yes. But again, they did some of that work, right? They gave you that new control scheme that feels more like MGS5. They did that. They do have some other quality of life stuff. But it just, again, at the end of the day, they would have had to change the game fundamentally in a lot of ways to change some of this other stuff. Like, for instance, this is the game that sort of introduced the camouflage mechanic and the whole, the namesake of the game, Snake Eater, right? The eating and stuff like that, and sort of healing yourself when you're hurt. so obviously a PS2 game isn't going to be able to show all of this stuff real time. Like you would go into it'd be like, oh, you're hurt, you have a gunshot wound, you have you're poisoned here, this, that, and the other. You go into the menu, and the menu gives you all the options that you have on how to heal yourself, and it'd be like, okay, let me sanitize the wound and then stitch it up and then bandage it, and then I'm good, I'm healed, right? So you might think that in this game they'd be like, maybe have me do it real time, like right there where I'm at, like I hide behind a tree or hide in the grass, and you see me sort of bandaging myself up or pouring the antiseptic on the wound or whatever. No, you do the same thing, and you go into a menu and you do it in a menu, and it's like I'm like, yeah, when it comes to the changing camouflage, right? The camouflage has like a percentage on it in terms of how much it hides you, right? Depending on the terrain you're in. And you have different color camouflage. And it'll tell you like, hey, this camouflage in this particular terrain will hide you 90%, where, it's really comparable to what terrain you're in, and you'll be able to hide really well in like the tall grass and stuff like that. So one thing they did is that you don't necessarily have to go into the menu every time to change it up. You can just hold up, I think it's up on the D-pad, and it'll give you all your different permutations of camouflage, and you could just pick the one. It'll give you the percentage too. It'll be like, oh, this one is 30% better than the one you have on. Put that on, and it'll automatically put it on you, and it's good quality of life sort of improvement to a kind of old archaic gameplay mechanic. So in some instances they've done it, and other instances not so much. In terms of the game itself, obviously it's a 20-year-old game. There is a lot of Kojima-isms in this game, particularly of the sexual nature that, again, I've never been offended by that stuff. I find it hilarious. But again, 20 years
ago versus
20 years on, and like you're 20-something years old and you're laughing at it like, well, I was close to 30 back then. You're laughing at it like, he's looking at boobs, and he's making stupid comments about like, we're the mission is in the Virgin Mountains or something like that. And he's like, oh, a virtuous mission in the Virgin Mountains.
Hey, yo.
There is a scene that is intact from the first game where an enemy character literally just goes and grabs your junk to see who you are.
See who you are. Identify you.
Identify you. And it is still there. And again, I've never been offended by any of this stuff. It's hilarious to me. But the fact that I applaud them for this. They didn't go in and be like, oh, we got to change this, sign of the times or whatever. They didn't change it. It's all in there. So for its stupidness and quirkiness and all those things that make Kojima games, make them what they are. It is still that game. And that game for its time was it was a masterpiece, right? It was a masterpiece, and it takes me back to when I could look at the Kojima stuff and find it hilarious and not find it overbearing. Like, oh God, I don't want to do this anymore.
Hobbs X did ask if you could skip the cutscenes or pause the cutscenes.
Yes, 100%. 100%. Pause cutscenes. Yes, because I had to do that a few times. Yes, you can 100% do that. So cool. I'm excited to have it back. I'm excited to have it look as pretty as it does. They did a good job with this. They did a very good job with this. As good as it looks, I wish that it would have been more of a stem to stern remake in terms of systems and stuff like that. But I get it. But if you like that game, or if you're looking at it now, you're like, wow, this is a pretty game. I think there's plenty to like here. And they made the right choice in terms of if they're trying to bring back all these Metal Gear games, which I think they're trying to do, because why not? It's just money in the bank. You start with 3 because it is essentially the beginning of the timeline. So look out for more Metal Gear. I'm not sure how it's doing. I'm sure I'm assuming it's doing pretty well. But look out for more Metal Gear because they
do more.
It makes sense. If you can milk this for as many Metal Gear games as they are, and if they decide maybe to go back to the original NES ones and make those like in 3D, you have plenty of Metal Gear here to glean from, where you don't have to worry about making a new one without a Kojima, right? So yeah, I'm assuming that's what they're gonna do because it just feels like it's easy money. Yep.
Yeah, shout out to them. Shout out to the obviously the PC version that you played, and then hopefully it looks like they're put out they're trying to put out patches because there were issues for the console stuff, guys, and it looks like they have a 1.1.2 patch notes addressing a lot of issues because on the console side people were upset.
Yeah, on the PC side, I guess there was some. I guess like certain things are locked in terms of frame rate, and frame rates were not quite hitting what they expected. Yeah. On the PC side, thankfully, it's hitting 120 for me.
Nice.
But again, VRR, it'll dip. It's not staying there. It'll go down to like 101. But what I've managed to do, obviously, like with VRR and frame gen and things like that nature. Wait, does it have frame gen? I don't remember, but definitely VRR. It smooths it out where it's not something that I see, and it runs super smoothly.
Nice.
I think Konami has put such a high expectations on remakes. Not Capcom, not Konami. And I think if they want to continue this, they're gonna have to put a little bit more effort in the gameplay portion to like compete with stuff like that. Because that's the first thing I see people. Oh, all they did was just bring it back, and they didn't even change certain aspects of like gameplay. Yeah, like I've actually seen more negative than positive on this. Online.
It's the same criticism that Silent Hill 2 got, right? And in a lot of ways, like it is that game, but yeah, I mean, again, same thing. Quality of life stuff they did enough where it doesn't feel like an arcade game necessarily in terms of how it controls. You can't play it that way if you want. But yeah, the thing is the graphical glow up is so high that you're like, why did you just go the extra mile and do the whole thing?
Do the whole thing. I got you because it's so good looking.
Yeah,
no doubt. That's been it. So.
Yeah, continuing Shinobi. I will just say I don't want to spoil anything, but I'm at the kaiju.
I know where you at.
You're almost at the end.
You're almost there. We will discuss.
I love that game. It's so good.
We will discuss. No doubt. And shout out to Kid Smooth. He said game is locked at 60 PC with the ability to go higher. I mean 60 frames per second cap on PC. Okay, got you. Shout out to Smooth. And of course we had the game it is himself.
Oh my God.
What he do? Good news, Gabe. What he do? What Smooth do?
Good news. The game runs the best on the series.
Oh, see, that's console warring.
Wait, is he talking about Gears?
No, I think he's talking about
MGS.
Because that's the thing. I guess they did the Digital Foundry thing. Digital Foundry do. So apparently, I already know what Kid Smooth doing. See, that's an example. What I'm doing is disagreeing about something. That's console warring at its finest.
Oh my God.
Anyway.
And the sickos in the chat, Mexican Zoidberg. Sav is a real good snake.
Hey, yo, that's wildin'.
I will, before we move on, obviously, what's still intact is the greatest James Bond song, not James Bond game or movie ever, Snake Eater. Listen to Snake Eater. It is hilarious and like so out of place, but so perfect. And I love that song. Listen to Snake Eater.
Listen to Snake Eater.
Yes.
No doubt. And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the OD, young DB, Dirty Magic Shinobi. Salute. Got to salute to Dirty Magic. I love the shirt, by the way. Lord Cognito, spread that realness in the rubber ILP. That tell you what you need to hear, but what you want to hear, and all that good stuff. Shout out. Oh, hold on, Stu Jersey. What's up? You threw me off. Okay, got you. Anyway, shout out to Finding Duke. Shout out to Mr. Matty Plays. We were talking about Outer Worlds 2 preview, so that was fun. We'll talk about that as well today, me and Addict. And then as far as what I'm playing, I've been traveling, so I did a lot of. Shout out to the homie Paul. We got, you know what I'm saying? He got locked in. You know, he got a job at the Coast Guard, so he's moving away. So I'm like, damn, I got you, bro, on the move. So we did that, and then it was super cool to get out there and kind of finalize, finding someone a place to live, and you're moving out of state and stuff like that. Shout out to Virginia Beach, pretty cool. My first time kind of going out there and seeing everything what's up. So I didn't get a chance to play much, but I brought the Ally with me, and I've been on like a Demio craze. It's been, I don't know, I got the fiend for it. I've been playing a lot of it. I know they got the new game coming, I guess, with Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that. So I've been doing that. And then obviously a little bit of Shinobi, a little bit of Outer Worlds. But that's been pretty much it, man. Like I said, now I get back and get a chance to play some games and enjoy. And me and Addict get to not do content for a little bit, which is nice because we've been killing ourselves.
Like 4 days.
Yeah, bro. It's just, people don't realize the work behind the scenes. Me and this man up to 3, 4 in the morning thinking about, all little things and video editing and all type of stuff and content. It's been a crazy stretch, y'all. It's been, we're not complaining because the Lords are blessed, but at the same time, it's been real. Yeah, DBO is lit on PSVR 2. And shout out to, I got to give you this, Christopher Hart. shout out for PlayStation for having DBO, the console version. Because Xbox, I'm on you behind. Why y'all not part of this, bro? Like, what's going on? Because Steam got it. Every storefront minus you has this game. I need to know what's going on, why y'all don't value it. And you can't use the excuse because of the VR. Because guess what? Because guess what? And by the way, you can't say, oh, you need a VR version because PlayStation has a console version. And there's a Steam version.
There's a non-VR version on Steam.
Exactly. Bro, this is my favorite. One of my favorite games, man. I can't play that. But shout out to the Ally. I'm able to play the Steam version. You know what I'm saying? And get my little stuff there. The fact that the game supports crossplay is pretty awesome. But yeah, it's been pretty much it for me. Not too much going on. Any super chat? Oh yeah, we got a lot of super chats.
Yeah, well, real quick though, something I completely forgot, man.
Yeah, what we got?
Shout out to the wise old gamer.
Yes, he hit me up.
100. Turned 50 over the weekend.
Happy born day. Salute.
Yeah, happy born day and apologies. I saw the message, like I gotta answer him. I was not gonna be able to make it, but I completely forgot to answer you, bro. I'm so sorry. So again, shout out to you. Shout out to the guys over there on the pod.
Yeah, let me shout them out.
Fantastic.
Too. Yeah, because I think it had like 100th episode. I think there was like his 50th birthday, and then he hit me too, and I'm like, bro, I'm in Virginia. You know what I'm saying?
I completely forgot to answer him, man.
But I hit him up. We're gonna try to do something.
I think now that you mention it, I think he remember him messaging me too. I was editing the Outer World stuff.
Yeah,
and because people don't realize, like, if I see something pop up on my phone, if I'm doing something at that exact moment, probably ain't going back to it.
Yeah, it's tough, man. But definitely, so we will do something in the future. But I wanted to give you a shout out on, like I said, making another day around the globe, and then obviously, the success of your pod and stuff like that. And yeah, man, we just want to give you your flowers. But yeah, continue yourself. Sorry.
Yeah, brother. Thank you for the invite and apologies for just these next couple of weeks. It's gonna be nuts.
Yeah, pre Tokyo.
Woo. Yeah. All right, let me get these super chats. So we got Project Aries, $5 super chat. Salute to all the lords. A few weeks back, I may have said that Ninja Gaiden was the better ninja. Today, I bend the knee. Shinobi is him. Hashtag strictly for my ninjas.
Wait, who said this? Who said this?
This is Project Aries.
Project Aries? You outside? Let's go. I like that. We can like both games, though, because we're going to talk about that. They're
both great games.
Yeah, they're both great games. But I like that.
Yeah, Shinobi is just special, this particular Shinobi. Then the one we read before, the Iron Rook, $5 super chat. Call me Lord Turret. Yes, Lord Turret. We already heard the drama. And we got Hollywood Rules, $5 super chat. Happy Sunday to Tito, Randy, and Jermaine. Happy Sunday to my NYC West Virginia cousins. Shinobi is just fire, so fun. Have a great show. Hashtag #1 pod. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
Much love. Thank you.
And we had Ironbrook once again justifying his foolishness. Father, that's what he got in the way of my turret doing the Lord's work. I did nothing wrong. Then we have Hollywood Rules again, $5 super chat. En route down to NYC for my fantasy football draft in my oldest league, 20 plus years. Wow, they do it in person and everything.
That's old school. I love that.
Yeah. Shout out to my league mates before Thanos snapped them into dust.
Man, ready. He got his picks ready. I like that.
Yeah. Then we have Teddy_P, $2 super chat. Get them likes up, Squat Daddy. Where's the collar?
Nah. That's on hold. That's on break. Y'all got Cog Lee last week. It's on break right now. I know what y'all doing though. Y'all think y'all slick.
Then we have Attic. You tell me the Iron Rook again, $5 super chat. Tell me if I'm mispronouncing this. Guillaume is the strongest Hashira. He's a beast. When Tanjiro finally pushed that boulder, fire. Throw that scene on in the gym sometimes.
Attic.
What's funny is he's blind too.
Hold on, let me get Gamer Sir K. He said Shinobi's goated, but Ninja Gaiden 4 is covered. The devil at Gamescom. Bro, put the game against something in his weight class, KSID. Come on, how you gonna have a middleweight? Shinobi's like a middleweight little indie going up against a heavyweight AAA. Come on, don't do that. See, that's that Ninja Gaiden hate. That was a Ninja Gaiden guy. You a Ninja guy.
Actually, Cog, does Gabriel pass the
Ninja fit check? Let me see. Let's see. Wait, which one is? Oh, pick one of them. Blow it up. Pick one. Oh, right there. Oh, nah, that's lit. That's lit. Who that? That's the blind cat.
That's the dude he just talking.
See, I like they fit.
He's in the movie we're about to watch.
Yeah, they got the dope samurai fits. I feel. Like, this is how samurais are supposed to be moving out here. Oh, he got a ball and chain. What's going on with your man? Why he got a ball and chain though? What's going on?
He's the only Hashra that doesn't fight with like a typical sword.
Why is it that big? That's why. Now I rocks with him. The only thing I can say, we just got to get Tanjiro's checkerboard up and hit that little dirty patch.
He never leaves that.
Dude, he go fix the dirty patch. I'm gonna get a thing on the patch on the top of the head.
No, that is not a patch. that is the whole point.
That's the whole point of the show. All right, cool. So I gotta wait. All right, cool. Continue.
All righty. Then we got Lydian Master, member for 33 months, Lord Silver. I know Lords enjoyed Shinobi thoroughly based on your recent reviews. I'm curious if y'all especially saw about picking up Silk Song this week. Of course. Oh my God. Yeah. Silk Song, brother.
Silk Song, let me tell you, Silk Song is outside. They got a lot of they got a lot of devs are scared. A lot of devs moving their album around. A lot of they moving like the GTA of the Indies right now.
And it's $20,
bro. Oh, it's 20?
It's $20.
I didn't know it was 20.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, and they got the Game Pass back, and they on all platforms, and they on Power They on Power too.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Oh,
I'm sure. Why wouldn't it be?
It's up.
Yeah, they're good. Yeah.
I think they were probably more open to making it 20 because with all the bags they got, they're like, okay, we pretty much paid for the development of the game. Now let's compete. Like,
did you hear their development story?
No, I didn't.
7 years. We just wanted to have fun.
Well, this is the thing, right? Because originally, the story, I think it's Hornet. Her name is, right. That's the protagonist of the second one. She plays a prominent role in the first one, and it was supposed to be DLC.
Yeah, just like an expansion.
They were just like, nah, we're just gonna make the sequel based on her.
Their story is so magical. I just look at it, I'm like, it's just such an anomaly in game dev. Like, no one would be afforded this, but they sold so much. So
yeah. The thing is like, a lot of studios are taking 7 years to make games. Like, what are we on Fable? Like, what, 6, 7, 8 years at this point? Like, but the problem is like, what's gonna make them a little bit a lot different than something like a Playground Games is they're more small and adjacent. Like, they're not spending. They probably spend more in 1 year. Playground's probably spent more in 1 year making Fable than these people spent the entire development process.
Right. So they have a little bit more rope in that regard for sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I'm excited, man. It's finally not vaporware anymore.
I know. I played that game at E3 2019.
And
now that's crazy.
All they got to do is land. Like it's like they've had. Because here's the thing: you take 7 years, even if it didn't financially hit you hard. Your fans gonna be like
expectations.
I want 7 years.
I felt sorry for Nintendo because every Nintendo Direct, nobody cared about what they was talking in the chat section. It'd be like Silk Song win, Silk Song said we don't care. They'd be like, the guy come out with the voice introducing the new, and they'd be like, that's how ravenous that base is. It's up. So
yeah. So excited for that this coming week. Let me see. We got One Pump Man. Remember for 4 months. Whoa, Lord, bruh. One pump is all it takes.
Wait, he put that in the super chat?
Right, that's his at. One Pump Man.
Chill, son. And man, he gets straight to business. He gets straight to
That's all he needs.
That's all he got. That's all you gonna get.
PlayStation and Xbox are pressing each other's buttons. Yes, they are. They are diddling each other's
yes,
buttons.
Nah, that's sexting. You gonna put that outfit on social media today?
Yeah. Then we have Akizi Boo Boo, £5 super chat. Saab, I know what you're talking about. The Phantom of the Opera guy pushing you out of the way. I got a lap dance from Danny from Grease Show in Spain. What kind of Grease show did you go to?
Is it the Grease from Danny at a Grease show? What's going on?
I don't remember the Danny Zuko lap dance part from Grease. I don't remember John Travolta lap dancing anybody in Grease. That is a new production.
Something else going on.
Peter North Productions.
Yeah, so that definitely sounds like a Peter North situation. Grease.
Hold on, I'm coughing.
I can't. That was wild right there. Your man is out of pocket.
Wow. Then we got Hamish K, $5 super chat. Hopefully y'all are going well. It's been a few weeks since I've watched live. Much love and support. Probably passing out soon. It's 4 a.m. in Australia. Thank you, Hamish. Appreciate you.
That's the homie, man. Salute.
Then we have, let me see, we got jumped a little bit.
Kool-Aid
back.
117.
Yeah. $5 super chat. Life is always up and down, but Iron Lord stay consistently great. Thank you. Best pod ever. Thank you, bro. Appreciate
Much
that
love,
Kool-Aid.
Much love for sure.
Appreciate that Kool-Aid. Then we got Fonz Gaming, member for 51 months, Lord Bronze. Thank God Cog ain't wearing a wig this week. Shout out to Fonz.
Why you ain't take me serious last week, Fonz? Are you implying that my commentary could not be taken seriously based on what I had on?
It was hilarious. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that was like it fit so perfectly.
It was hilarious. It took so long to get into that, but I was just like, I'm here.
Don't lose that wig. That's all I have to say.
Oh my God. Jesus.
We have the Iron Rook member for 5 months with Bronze. Fonz is the enemy of the people. He's the enemy of fun. Fonz is a man's man. He's not about all that stuff.
He ain't about all that.
Fonz and no cosplay. Then we got, let me see, Caesar Albertus the First.
His full Roman Greek name. Spartacus.
Caesar Albertus I.
Gaticus. Why he got some mad Roman Lord nature? That's too dominant. And why was it the first?
Well, he just put a 1. I called him the first.
That's why. That's too dominant for this chat. So I don't know. I don't like you like that.
$5 super chat. Happy Sunday, Lords. Just finished Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, and now I'm with Shinobi. Amazing games. Yeah, both amazing games, man. So good, we are eating good in terms of ninjas this year.
Facts. Yeah, the ninja.
2D especially.
Facts.
Yeah. Where are you at, Forte? Continue.
We have the Iron Rook once again, $10 super chat. Astro Parrot King is like the AI meeting note taker in Microsoft Teams, but we have him on the podcast to make sure every memeable moment gets its shine, which is infinitely more valuable. Astro Parrot is at the ready always.
Yeah, that is kind of true. He is like AI meeting notes. Like he be ready to go, and it be. Yeah, that's a good analogy, Rook. I like that, bro.
You be ready. Mm-hmm. We got Hargi Chani 1, the first. Hargi Chani the first. $5 super chat. Wait, we're not talking about the new PlayStation exclusive banger.
Hey,
Lost Soul. We will be putting Lost Soul aside as a.
I ain't played it to talk about.
I have not heard great things.
So what they saying is that what Streets is saying?
It's just like it's supposed to be kind of like an action RPG, and it just not doesn't look great, doesn't necessarily run great. It kind of feels like more so it sort of seems like it's like a Devil May Cry like. Gotcha. But trying to be an RPG with like characters and story that it doesn't seem like people really care about. So I don't know. It's kind of sitting like at a 6 or something like that at Metacritic. So it's very.
I gotta hit my man Sue Bagels. He was very highly excited about that game. But I'm curious to see what he feels about it out at the it's out there.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those games that's PlayStation published, so it's PS5 and PC exclusive, at least for now.
Gotcha.
So, and we have, let me see. Richie Torres, MMA, $5 super chat. Cog, you can beat the Phillies, but not those dirty fish from Florida. Come on, son.
It's so weird. Like, we got the Phillies numbers. The Braves, we still struggle with. And I don't know. It's a weird team. I will say this. The pitching is just...
I was watching yesterday.
Yeah. We can't be dropping 8 runs and be losing. Like, there's been a lot of that this season.
I turned to the game in the 5th inning, and it was like 8-6, and I'm like, what's going on,
bro? Like, that's what. So my hope is just the 2 kids that they brought up, kind of solidify, and then hopefully someone in the bullpen outside of Diaz, saying kind of thing. But they've got the offense now. The bottom of the lineup's hitting. I'm like, yes. It's just this pitching. So, and what's funny is I called it though. I said I was never. Me and Maddie was like, we were never confident on these starters. We felt like those starters were overachieving. We don't have a true number 1. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But yeah, shout out to the Mets though. They still hopefully in the mix with the
facts. That's it. We are caught up.
No doubt. Let's get to it. Is Forte available? Is he there? Is he chilling? What's going on with our meds? What's up with Puff? Stay Puff. What's up?
Stay Puff.
Puff in there, Puff. What's up? Where you at, Puff? Anyway, look like we got another come on, super chat song.
Oh, I jumped in. Okay, cool. Let me see. We got Hector Mr. the Macho Man 3711, $5 super chat. I respect all the 49ers fans, but it's all about the pack. He hustled for one of the best defenders in the league, but I'm gonna call time on myself.
Yeah. So listen, the rivalry will return. Y'all got Darnold now, so it'll be interesting. Yeah, we'll see. I don't want to talk too crazy. I feel good, but I don't want to get too crazy because we got a lot of rookies, you know what I'm saying? But we'll see you guys soon. I'll just say that.
Then we have the Iron Rook once again, $5 super chat. Subeg is going to get a workout in with me soon, and we're going to recalibrate him after he referred to training shoulders as basically an active rest day. Wow.
Yeah, get him right. He bugging. Get him right, Rook, no doubt. All right, we good?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get to it. So, Attic, we're going to kick it off with you, something that we both experienced this week, the Outer Worlds 2 preview. Again, shout out to Obsidian, shout out to Xbox who provided us the codes and, our ability to go through this experience. So, Attic, start with you, man. It's your topic. What was your play like session? Obviously, we do have some content up on ILP. Just the people who have missed it so far, what was your experience like?
So the biggest thing I was worried about was dialogue choice. Going from Avowed, I was very disappointed with how they handled a lot of aspects of Avowed, but dialogue was one of the biggest things I was disappointed with. But I wasn't worried, but worried at the same time on whether or not that dialogue carries over to the Outer Worlds. Like, I don't like RPGs that really sell themselves off of choice, but it's an illusion of choice. It doesn't really affect anything. So I was really, nervous and just wanted to see something on it. They did give us the prologue of the game. I will say that in terms of what I was worried about, which was the choice and how playthroughs can change depending on what you pick, what background you pick, what traits you pick, they did successfully, cool my nervousness about stuff like that. But, one thing I will say is I don't think that this particular demo helped them in any way. I do think that in a lot of aspects, it was the way they handled it was kind of a mistake. It was a very, very, very short prologue. It was so short you couldn't even level up. I never saw the level up screen. You never leveled up, and I understand. But it's just if there's not enough time to level up in that portion of the game, then quadruple the amount of XP you get then. How you going to show me an hour and a half of the game and I can't even level up to see how things change?
That's fair.
Nothing like that. And I would say even in terms of battling, there wasn't a lot of fights in them. There's a couple fights in some corridors, a couple fights outside of corridors. You had a couple 4, 5, 6, really good, but you really only fought humans. You didn't fight anything else in the game. So I would have appreciated maybe, because I've been in previews where you'll play 30, 40 minutes of one aspect, then jump to 5, 6 hours in the game, and you play a little bit more of that aspect, then jump another 3 or 4 hours to the game where they give you, diversity in terms of playing. I do think that, this particular demo wasn't the best thing they could have done, but all I was looking for is if the dialogue changes, if playing different play styles leads to you doing different stuff. And I got what I wanted, but I saw a lot of people very scratching their head on why even release this, because that's how much content was there. It wasn't a lot at all. If you wasn't going into the perspective that I have, I can totally understand you being disappointed, because it's the moment you feel okay, I get it.
It's over.
I've seen in game.
Yeah.
It was essentially three areas, and then bam, it's over. So I can understand. I still don't like the stealth mechanic. I think that I don't know logistically if it would have been hard, but it's just I don't like the hitting them in the back of their back of the band. They're not, it's so immersion breaking to me. So it's just I do think it was fun. Really, it intrigued me to keep playing it. I'm definitely more hyped to play the game off of seeing, is there stuff I can do? Does the decisions I made in that portion affect later on portions? So it did hype me up over the overall game, but I will say one thing. It's Xbox or Xbox or Bethesda, don't do previews like this, like, because it's just like we are supposed. If you have something that you really want to get out to the masses, because they lowered the price, you had a lot of good publicity. Don't be afraid to let your people that you're allowing this to play a good 4 or 5 hours of the game and just get their hands on it. And I understand maybe this was like a last minute thing and they went to Obsidian. What can you give us in 2 weeks? Oh, I can give you the prologue. Okay, we'll go with that. But it's just like, in a way, I'd have preferred you not to have done it than to have given you what you did, because I think for me, I can tell people, I think that there's going to be a lot of different decisions depending on what you pick. But that's all I can tell you. I can't even really tell you about the combat because they only really gave you 2 or 3 weapons to fight in the combat in terms of long range. So, I don't think that this particular preview did them any justice on what the game could be.
Right.
But I will say I did enjoy the demo. I played it like 9-10 times.
Yeah, you played it from multiple perspectives too.
Yeah, because I kept switching everything up. I would go straight up lock picking, go straight up, and every single time was a different result. Some areas leaded me to go into areas I couldn't get into. If I had hacking abilities, I could turn on turrets that I couldn't. Yeah. There's this one aspect where they're like, I couldn't speech check the person I was talking to because I didn't have speech, but I had hacking. And then I went into a room, literally two rooms down, and then I just hacked the computer and because I was supposed to talk them out. It was like, deactivate all the robots, all the turrets. We good, but they were like, no, we're not. So I just walked two rooms down and hacked that terminal and just turned the turrets on everyone else. So it's just like there is a lot of aspects, and that's the biggest thing that I want. I like when I'm playing something to feel like there's a variety of ways that I can take on every perspective. Thanks. And I do feel like in terms of that, it did give me what I wanted. But I also wanted to play a little bit of the combat more than I did. I also wanted to see, how the leadership skill works.
Yeah, me too.
Got no companions.
Me too. I wanted to see that.
So you can't really do anything with that as well. So, I do think that next time my criticism isn't on the game. It's just how you perceive to do these previews. Give us a little bit more to play with. That's about it.
No, I agree. I'll jump in. Sorry if you don't mind, because obviously I experienced with the demo now. And I think it's we're pretty much aligned on pretty much a lot of stuff. Look, the game, you can tell it's polished. It's still, I want to give Obsidian, my expectation with Obsidian has changed. I have put unfair expectation that they are supposed to be the AAA super high fidelity studio. They are not that. They are the AA plus with polish. And what the glow up is the engine soft. Like it's 60 smooth. It's crispy, the light and the lighting, the way the game controls and moves and performs. I believe there's performance mode, balance mode, there's a visual mode, it's VRR. It is silky. Now where you see the layers with the faces, you know what I'm saying? When you get up close, you're like, okay, that's a little bit of a AA face. You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing. I would ever say Avowed's faces are a little better here. I felt like, I remember when we did Avowed, and remember, Attic, the little blue guy that you meet at the very beginning of their prologue or whatever it was?
Yeah, that's another thing. They showed us 0 on companions, zero.
And we'll get to that. So, now for sure. So, like, the thing is with them, Outer was one of my favorite things, and I love the humor, I love the tone, and always felt, obviously, Choice and Consequence was super good. Obviously, shout out to Murder and Eridanos that we had them come on ILP for, which I felt was one of their greatest expansions that truly took the series to the next level. I really love that. Me and ACG used to talk about that one. They're back at it. They got like 6, they got a bunch of background things you could choose from. You got a bunch of traits, you got a bunch of all these other abilities and skills and stuff like that. And they kind of let you experiment and play with these builds. The issue comes down to, again, just the length of time of the demo, right? We just like, man, like we're just about to get cooking. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like, boom, it's over. Now, to their credit, I mean, to what I experienced, which I want to say is that I feel bad because the demo I played at Gamescom LA was more fully featured. You had 3 different builds, multiple weapons, it was skills, stuff like that. So it was I agree with that. It's an interesting choice to put this preview out there because it's just like, it's so short and you really didn't show what I played, because what I played was amazing. And then the other thing is, again, I'm a person that even though I loved Outer Worlds 1, I wasn't a fan of the combat. Outer Worlds 1. I was just like, okay, it's a little slow down. The combat in this is so much better. It's snappy and the guns feel precise. They got a little Destiny energy. They got, different, like you got lightning and fire and all these different abilities and things that you can combine and do stuff with. But where the game shines to me is that most games, most of these background stuff, you only see it in the skill checks. In the conversational skill checks, I should say. What I love about this is that whatever background, there was this perk that it was called Observe It. And like, if you have it, your character in certain scenarios, like the little eyeball from Skyrim will come up and you'll see, oh, wait a minute, there's a drawer here. I can open that and maybe I'll get some more stim packs and stuff like that. Oh, by the way, here, there's a whole secret passage that I'm able to do. This is the first time I've seen luck contextually added in a game where it's like before, like normally luck will give you just base critical head damage, whatever. This luck was like, I was in the middle of a shootout with a couple of enemies. I happened to be sneaking by and it was just like this panel with wires and I got next to the panel and it was like, hey, feel a little lucky right there. Maybe you could cross these wires and something could happen, based on your ingenuity or whatever. So you do it and then it set off a trap. And I was like, yo, that's the first time I physically seen it. And then there's other things where you go to a door and it'll be like half open and like, hey, but if you had strength +2 or engineering +5, you would be able to get this. See, I love that stuff. Now, to Addict's point, all that we love, right? We just now got to see, because I think it's fair to say, even though I love Avowed, I think one of the fair criticism is that the end game portion of Avowed, how much did the choices truly deviate? That's going to be the question for Outer Worlds 2, right? At the end of the day, like all these things that you're doing, does it result in truly, different experiences? But yeah, look, I love it. I thought the game was fun. I thought it felt good. The combat was good. I will give Addict this, though. The stealth, I'm still going to be on y'all with that stuff. Like, you could tell, Solve, they leading into it. You crouch around. The enemies have the little meter as far as their perception of you. You know what I'm saying? You're like, oh, okay. When you get alerted, it's like Metal Gear, the cones, they're looking for you. They're aggressive in your direction. If I'm behind the enemy, and I asked this at a preview event, I don't want to hear the pap. I don't want the pap. You just hit someone. I want the stealth animation. And the reason they gave me was like, well, based on the levels, we felt it wasn't, if they're higher than you. But see, I got to come for you, Obsidian. I'm not buying it. Because Avowed, when you had the Godhand ability Addict, remember? You put the Halo style looking like sword through somebody. So that's what I was saying. But other than that, you got it.
The biggest thing is like, I personally feel like, from the outside looking, I'm not a developer. I don't know what kind of mechanics they put in here that wasn't in Avowed that we haven't seen. Yeah. So maybe that makes it harder to develop around. But it's just like, if no one sees you and you perfectly stuck up on someone, to me, there's zero reason you can't just snatch that dude up or choke him out or something. Yeah. I don't know, though. But I've seen plenty of games do it.
Yeah, so that's what, because it feels like, rewarding when you do it, right?
It completely takes you out of the immersion. Mm-hmm. There's nothing worse than like being someone in stealth, finally sneaking up by someone, like, pap, and they just fall.
And they just fall like, nah, so you got to give me that. So that's my feedback with that. And as far as like, again, the reason why I love these games is that, I just love all the different leading into builds, leading into all these things that have different choices. What I consider the water cooler moment. So we'd be like, oh, when I got there, I did this. What? Oh, I didn't know you could do that. You know what I'm saying? You have the speech checked, or you got through based on the abilities and all these things that they got in the game. And I think that, and where the glow up you see is the cinematic transitions where they talk with each other and like it'll transition from regular gameplay to the next scene you're about to get into. And I thought that was dope. I just wish, again, because I built it to leadership skills to kind of make my companions better. But in this prologue, there's really no companions. You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing. So I was like, I didn't get a chance to see that. So it's so much that I feel like the audience hasn't seen that I've seen. And I just feel like I'm wondering what the thought process was, because is it a panic? Because, this was once an $80 game. Now it's a $70 game, right? Is it, hey, you know, we showed a lot of it. We're not seeing the feedback. I'm just curious on the decision to put out this shorter demo. That's my only question, because the game that I played was pretty fire. So that's pretty much all I got on it. But yeah, shout out to them on that, and we'll see what happens. They still dropping in October. It's gonna be crazy. And shout out to they got bad gore dismemberment, man. You bodies around you. Chop arms off and all this stuff. It's hilarious. You know what I'm saying? And last thing about the comment that I do want to give that I love is now they got the run, they got the slide, and then you can max paint it slow-mo with the time dilation joint, and that joint feels good. So to me,
and it's pretty easy to shoot grenades in the air and stuff. It's a nice little feature. People is like, a demo's a demo. Look, a demo and a preview are two entirely different concepts. A demo is something that you're trying to sell to the consumer to get them to buy it. A preview is something that you try to get, you know, media, influencers, streamers, so they can get a good grasp of what the game has to offer for their community. They're not the same thing. And my point is we didn't even get a level up. Didn't even get a level up.
Correct.
Like, just in an RPG, and I couldn't level up. That is what I was saying, is that there was multiple things that I felt like they should have gave us access to. Right. Even if there wasn't enough time in that little hour and a half to like level up like naturally, they should have raised the XP so you can level up yourself.
Just to see how it is. That's what it is, because people will realize it is very short. I just said people say, yo, it's a demo. I get it, but it's very, very short. Like, if you blink it, it's over. You know, that kind of thing. So that's pretty much it. But other than that, that's all I got. So
just so
any questions?
Question on it.
What's up?
Because the thing that, you know, you guys talked about, right, you didn't get to see the same amount of stuff that you saw in the demo you played before.
Oh, that demo I played before was amazing.
And the demo you played before, you got to see your companions and stuff like that.
I had two companions. I had multiple weapons. I was able to use companion abilities. I was able to see skills, level up. They had one that was a very speech build. They had one that was a very technical hacking build. They had one was I forgot what the third one was. Like stealth build. Like, bro, they had
that's another thing. We got zero interaction with companion. You didn't see if any conversations affected anything.
It was
like that's the whole point of these games.
It was literally this demo was like almost an hour short. It was like, create your guy, start 1 hour, over. And I was just like, okay, but we didn't really get to do
anything.
Outside of pick and see the available skills, the available traits. I do like the trait system. If you try to pick an extra trait, you have a negative trait. You know what I'm saying? And I thought that was an interesting balance of stuff. And then remember, this is a faction-oriented game as well. We didn't get to see, obviously, when it's a demo, I get it. You're going to do everything. But it's so much of the game that I feel like no one is seeing that I've seen. And I'm like, damn, why y'all not showing that? Like, it was amazing last year. Sorry.
So what I find interesting about what you guys have talked about so far, and it's something that I got when playing the original Outer Worlds, is that it was like touching upon some immersive sim stuff, where it was like the options that you get to sort of manipulate and traverse the world, and in addition to the RPG elements, right, the skill checks and the different, you know, companions and stuff like that, it felt like it was trying to meld those two things. And from what you've talked about, you know, now with like meters over these guys' heads in terms of stealth and stuff like that, do you feel like they've gone even more in that direction, where it feels like even more of this of this melding of RPG, choice-based RPG and immersive sim, where it's like you can tackle situations in a number of different ways?
Hell yeah.
And not necessarily in terms of the dialogue options you get depending on what skills, right? But more so like physically, the situation itself, like you could do.
You nailed it. That's what impressed me about the demo, because Attic see more than me, so I can just talk about quickly. I'll let him expound after me. I picked the professor background, right? So apparently you're like chosen as this member of this Earth Directorate, and it's funny, like you're here to, you know, say cleanse the galaxy, whatever it is that you're here to do with your religious diatribe foolishness, right? And then you got to pick, okay, how did you start? So I picked like a professor, you know, kind of thing. And then there's one part where you see like a chalkboard in one of the labs, but only you can contextualize and understand what it is and do stuff with that. Again, I told you about Observer. I told you about what there's different things where, because of what your style is and your skills are, you completely open up different areas of the map or access things that just can't be accessed by other builds. And it's just beautiful outside of just dialogue. You know what I'm saying? And you still have the dialogue stuff too, because I'm a professor. I was able to do this or say these things to a character. And they'll tell you, which is dope, the options. There'll be other options you'll see in the choices that'll be locked out. And it'll tell you, hey, if you had this, you'd be able to, it won't tell you what you'd be able to say, but it'll just say, you know, I'm just making up a thing like, you know, whatever, or ex-convict is a thing. Like ex-convict would have been able to say something right there based on if you pick that or you pick certain personality traits. And that's throughout the game with physical objects, you know, in the game stuff as well as conversation. And I thought they did that beautifully because there's multiple ways to tackle going into an area or dealing with situations. I thought that was cool.
Yeah. All right. So, yeah, I mean, again, that's to me the most interesting part about it, because it's like, you know, I know what they do in the RPG space. I know what they do in the choice and consequence space. But when you can like add, you know, elements of a different type of genre that I particularly like to it, and I saw like the little bits of that in the first one, that's super interesting to me. Yeah. But and also the fact that like when you look at the game itself, it feels like the scope is a little bit bigger, because again, when you have those types of choices in a space that's a little bit more, you know, varied and stuff, and allows you to approach it differently, I think that's even it makes the gameplay like even more rich. So if they were able like to scope the game out a little bit more, and like you said, they're not going to be the AAA amazing, you know, what you would call it, you know, amazing looking character models.
They're
and
not
stuff
going
like
for
that.
like Playground and Coalition graphics.
Exactly.
And
They're not
Ninja Theory graphics.
Naughty Dog, Ninja Theory, Naughty Dog. They're not that. They're not that. But again, if they can make leaps in that other space in terms of gameplay and making that sort of, you know, kind of redefining what an RPG can be, and we've seen that with like Baldur's Gate, we've seen that with the original, you know, and kind of them even kind of expounding a little bit upon what we get from like Skyrim and from Oblivion, right? I think that's interesting to me. So again, shout out to them. Yeah. It's been a minute, you know, and I know they were working about it at the same time. So I'm excited to see, you know, how this pans out. Because again, I remember having, you know, the devs on when talking about, you know, Murdered Eridanos and stuff. And that was so many years ago at this point. So it's cool that they're finally at the finish line.
Yeah, shout out to them to it. And the consistency, three games in 1 year. Obviously, Ground is moving for them. Obviously, Avowed at the top of the year, and then Outer Worlds too. And again, just want to be clear, you know, if you love RPGs and choice, you know, consequence, that kind of stuff, you know, this is going to be right up your alley. And to me, the big positive that I want to get across is the combat just feels so good. And it's fun. I will say, Addict, this game is funny as hell. Like, there are times you will laugh out loud. And see, to me, I like, I'm sorry, get it.
I saw Maddie like, you know, like kind of like scratching his head on like the jokiness of it, like the twirling the gun around his finger. It's like Outer Worlds is supposed to be like a comedy version of like of Fallout. Like, it's always been like that.
Yeah,
like, they've always been like the lightheartedness, and like most of the time I don't like that type of stuff unless it's done well. But it's just like, when I heard that, I was like, Maddie, did you not play Outer Worlds? Like,
Maddie,
the dialogue is like almost identical to what it was in the first one.
Game.
Like,
because to me they always have that, forget about, you know, that being a jerk choice. Yeah, you can always be a jerk as a selection, and to me that's just leading into the if you choose to play that way. Now, if every dialogue was that way, that's why I did push back on it, because I was just like, yeah, bro, I love stuff like that. Like, sometimes there was some situation and somebody was talking slick, and one of the options was like, bro, like, I'm your superior, you know who you talking to? You know what I'm saying? Like, I love Ivan. Like, let me pop off. Like, and there's I forgot the greatest feature in the game. Thank you, Adam. The greatest feature in the game right now with that is you could do that in a specific moments. The character be like, they remember that.
Oh, okay.
It'll come up and then you'll see it play out later and reference. Without spoiling, there's a certain character, something happens to this character, and depending on how you was dealing with them early in the game, they were like, yeah, if he wasn't such a jerk to me at that time, like, it'll come back. And they got a bunch of that, and I love that stuff. Like, I'm literally like, this is hilarious to me. Sorry, Attic, I interrupt you, but I wanted to get that one off.
Here's the thing, like, I don't like this like concept that like I see in the chat where it's like, it's not that I was asking them for the whole game. Like Cog, when he was at now, normally how these and this is a lot of ignorance that people that don't do previews, so they don't understand how they normally go. I have played so many previews where they have multiple save files to where there are different aspects of the game that you could experience every portion of what you would need to like give a definitive, opinion on a game. Cog played one in Summer Game Fest where there was three or four save files, with different builds, different portions of the game. That's generally how a preview goes, and that's why I said you guys don't know the difference between a demo and a preview, because they're not the same thing. And my only criticism to this was I like the content in it. It's just they didn't give me enough in this preview to really besides the different branches you could go. That's all I can really speak on. I can't speak on the combat that much. I can't speak on the speech entirely because there's only a couple speech checks. I can't speak on the companions at all. I can't speak on the majority of the skills because most of them aren't usable in this preview. The only thing I could speak on is how you do different things and it can affect the gameplay in the world.
No doubt, no doubt. One guy would say, "Yeah, I'll just bust your balls out just for jokes." Not that, Mr. Jennings, not that I hate previews for access media influencers, is that they open the door for more leaks. I don't want to be spoiled on it. Yeah, you're similar to Solve. So obviously he tries to stay away from stuff like that.
Well, no, he's saying that the people that do these previews leak it. The majority of the time that these get leaked, it's from marketing people, it's from PR people. There's very few incidences where something from one of these previews is the source behind these leaks. You think these bulk leaks comes from these previews? No, for the most part, it doesn't.
It doesn't, because if they can figure out a lot of these things are watermarked and stuff like that. If you're somebody who got access to it and probably signed an NDA to get access to it, you're killing yourself by doing something like that, because they will find you. They will figure out who you are. So
got that Liam Neeson part. I will find you.
Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Attic. I don't know that it's influencers and guys like us getting access.
That's actually leaking stuff, but as far as the overall leaks in the gaming industry, I would say 25% of them come from influencers, previews, things. Most of that is people above the end that's leaking below. There's people don't understand to promote a game has so many people in the cookie jar. It's unreal. That's why you can't stop leaks for the most part, because you have 15 people working under one person. You have 10 people working under all 15 people, and they have this giant moving cog constantly, and all it takes is one of those, and that's not just that. If you remember, Last of Us Part 2 got leaked because of someone that was translating the game to another language.
No doubt. Look, man, it is. Shout out to Mr. Jennings. He said, "I appreciate the context." No doubt. Yeah.
No, that's why I was trying to explain the difference between a preview and a demo.
Again, and I want to shout us out for actually doing very good. We do our best not to spoil anything, even stuff that we be extra careful with our stuff. There's stuff we be like, we don't even want to put that in any of the videos of while we talk as far as B-roll.
You wouldn't be surprised how many times I have to argue with Cog. Cog's like, "Oh no, that's in the trailer." I'm like, not everyone watches the trailer, Cog.
True, but I was like, sometimes I'm like, all right, that's in the realm.
If there's one thing I try to stay away from when I put B-roll up of anything, is I try to stay away from most later bosses. I might show you, if I talk about bosses, show you a boss the first 3 bosses if they're relatively in the first 2 hours of the game. But if I feel like once you get past that 3-hour mark especially of a short game, I most likely, unless I show you if I'm talking about the biomes of the world, snowy regions, sand regions, I'll snip them, because that's not really spoiling anything. If you get mad because you find out there's a desert in a game, then I don't know what to tell you. But if I'm talking about how well the game looks and the different biomes, I kind of have to show the desert. But I'm not going to show you bosses for 50 hours in the game.
I feel that. I definitely feel that. And like I said, I feel we do a good job about that, trying to keep you guys spoiler free. But that is the Outer Worlds preview event. And looking forward to when that thing releases, man, so we get the full slate on all of that. Yeah, shout out. So let's get these super chats before we move on.
Let me see. That's it. We didn't get any more that I see.
Good to go?
Yeah, the last one was the Iron Rook. Let me reload. But
in game, you would be surprised on what people considered
Yeah,
spoilers.
yeah. Some people are very sensitive at game. Trust me, we see them in the comments like, damn, that wasn't even a spoiler. You know, that kind of thing. But yeah, so we try to be extra careful. So we good. Ralph?
We're
They
good.
could
We're
be
good.
a spy. They could be a game about spiders, and I mentioned a spider. Oh, it's spoilers.
No doubt. So it's me, man. Shinobi. Yes, the art of vengeance. Sitting currently at an 87 Metacritic, man. 87 Metacritic. Again, shout out to Ben for K and the entire Lizzie Cube. And man, they did that. They did that. Salute to them. I was just kind of following the socials and seeing, you know, what's been going on with them. And obviously, we have a lot of content on this game. We have a review. You know, I said, be an addict. Actually, the whole squad. That's actually the first time in a while we've did a whole squad since Doom, I would say the Dark Ages.
I would say the Dark Ages. Yeah.
Doom, the Dark Ages, where we got everyone involved, and that was super cool. Obviously, talking about that art style, that combat, that platforming. Please, if you want the most in depth of that, go check out that. We also have a review. Shout out to Sue Bagels, man, my band on Lords of Gaming. You know, saying .net said it's sharp as a kunai. So salute to him. You know what I mean, kind of thing. And obviously, we have amazing. If you stick around, please stick around. After ILP today, we got something special for you. The legend himself, CEO of Lizard Cube, Ben Fike. It's Fike, right? So I gotta get it. Fike. He correct. I felt so bad. I was like, damn, I messed up.
You said it after I told you.
Oh, you coached me, and I
forgot.
still. I don't know. It's the American me always forget.
Forquet.
Yeah, forget. Like I'm terrible. See, you went to France. You got the nuance. You know what I'm saying? I'm coming with my American nonsense, but yeah, man. Shout out to the legend, man. He did his thing, and yeah, stick to it for that. But I want to just talk real quickly. Obviously, what I'm seeing, you know, around that, I've seen, obviously, shout out to T. Lopes and the legendary Yuzo Okshiro who did the music. They put out, you know, their tweet about their contributions to the game. We're seeing a lot of positive stuff. Oh, first, a shout out to Wu-Tang Clan and the young, dirty, you know what I'm saying, YDB. You already know what it is. To see that promotion with Wu, you know what I'm saying, and Shinobi, that's a moment. Then they got the, I don't know if you saw the Kinjaz, the dance joint. They got, they got the Kinjaz dance. They got a whole thing to the music of the stages of the game. They doing the dance in the ninja suit. Fire. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. But here's the ultimate. You know, granted, you know, as a person who loves Shinobi and Ninja Gaiden, I'll be honest with you, sir, I was worried about Shinobi at one point because, again, y'all know my history. I'm sitting there just like, yo, please just be good. Give me a new coat of paint on Shinobi 3, the Ninja Master, or Revenge Shinobi. I'm good. Give me a little 6 to 8. I'm good. That's what I thought I was getting. They want to change the game. They want to really do platforming, Metroidvania, crazy combat, this amazing painterly art style. But the thing that surprised me is then remember Ragebound drops. So we go, yo, that's that classic NES feel, bro. That's the classic difficulty. And let's be clear, you know, Ninja Gaiden always had, even though it's ninja nonsense, right? But at least it's more of a cinematic feel to their storytelling, and we know about the iconic Ryu Hayabusa, and he's kind of like a master in it. So I'm seeing, and I play Rage, but I was like, oh man,
and it is of the two, it's the one that kind of survived the modernization up until now, right?
So then Ragebound drops, and we go, man. I go, man. Maybe people gonna forget about Shinobi now. Damn, it's happened to them again. And then I do ask this question to Ben in the interview, so go check this out. Where I go like, hey, you know, I noticed the demo kind of came out right around the time they launch. So, you know, he'll stay tuned for the interview. I do ask that question. So I was worried, but then obviously the demo, and people love the demo, like, yo, Cog, we get Shinobi too. We feeling this, you know what I'm saying? That kind of thing. But the thing I wanted to highlight, where I'm bringing this full circle, because we both said on ILP, look, they're both great games. They both could coexist. And to see, I don't know if you saw Solve and Addict, did you see Dotemo put out the tweet with both Joe Musashi and your man?
Oh, no, I didn't see that.
Oh, bro, it's crazy. Let me send y'all a link to the joint. Promoting both games, making custom artwork. And then, hold on, I'll put it in the chat first so that, yeah, shout out to Plant the Blue. Yeah, buy both because they got a Steam sale for the Dotemo. I just put that in the chat, and I'll put ILP.
Oh,
chat.
I see. Yeah, I did see this. You know what? I saw it and didn't really pay attention to it, but yeah, I didn't realize it was Dotemo that did it.
Dotemo did it, and they're like, yo, yeah, the Ninja, buy both of the games. I know Ryu's game. Ryu, all right. Shout out to Meds. So to show that,
It'd be crazy if they made a game with both of them together.
oh, bro. And what's crazy, the Table kind of got the relation, right? Because they kind of helped publish Streets of Rage, which Ben worked on. So it would be interesting. Yeah, Shinobi is out, Andy Cruz. Go get that. But yeah, I thought that was sick, man. Just to see promote both games, you get a sale, kind of thing. But yeah, that's it. I don't want to get too much into, all the details of the game because obviously go check out our content. I got a plug. We killed this. I'm telling you, it's one of the best reviews all four of us do, really breaking it down and saying what they did there. But yeah, only nitpick I have to say right now is Xbox, you got to come to the front of the congregation.
What's going on with that?
Bro, y'all know I love this Shinobi. Why y'all relationship with Sega has been fantastic. Every Sega game. Oh God, if it's not in Game Pass, cool. You don't have to be in Game Pass. Oh, but you still play anywhere. Every game you're promoting, play anywhere. Why on my game I can't play this on my ROG Ally? I got 25 hours, 87. I do not want to start over. I do not want. First of all, it's not even on the store at Xbox or PC.
There's no Xbox PC version.
When I put in the search for Shinobi Art
That's
Adventures,
why it's not crossplay.
and bro, like, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, it would be more egregious if they had a version that's not play anywhere.
I'm gonna be real with you. I was so desperate. I was thinking about buying.
There you go.
Or
Steam,
buying the Steam version. But it's just like, bro, people don't realize, like, Shinobi, it gets challenging. And then when we get to the Anko rifts and the EME squads, bro, platforming gets, I don't want to do that again. What'd you say? What's that?
No. I just, what's going on, man?
What's going on, brother?
Well, I'm stuck at work.
Oh, I got you.
Stuck at work here. Matter of fact, I'll do this so people can, because, King not here to see it. It's great to be in a store atmosphere while you're at work and all. King like this. I ain't standing in front of the Xbox section because there ain't no games over there. No games over there.
Ain't no games over there.
Ain't no games over there, man. All their games is on PlayStation now.
Yo, you still
all the games is on play. I mean, listen, man. Am I lying? Actually, you know what? The fact that I'm out of Gears of War on PlayStation is crazy.
Oh, are they moving out here?
Yeah, we sold out of it. Yeah, we're out. I looked in the drawer to make sure I wasn't lying. But yeah, shout out to all the people that said ain't no games on Xbox I want to play. But as soon as they release on PlayStation, we gonna come out. We coming outside.
That part. Be careful. They gonna call you console war if you say that. Be careful.
Well, this is console war. In a non-console war. In a non-console war.
See, right there.
That's exactly what
I'm
saying.
That's how you gotta say it. This is console warring in a non-console warring way.
In a passive-aggressive console.
Just stating facts. That's all. I'm just stating facts.
Oh my God.
We just stating facts out here, but no. It's weird seeing you guys not dressed up as something else.
All right, Puffy, relax.
Whatever.
Yo, people hit me.
I came in to, show some love.
Oh, that's love. Real quick.
This topic.
Yeah, we were talking Shinobi. I was just going on a little rant about my little Xbox play. I was bloviated, but I just want to get a little smoke for no Xbox play anyway because I don't really want to buy the Steam version and start all over so I can play on my Xbox Ally. I really don't. I would like to carry that over. And this issue happened before because remember,
no, but I think it will work in terms of the save though.
Bro, it's not even on the store. It's not.
I'm just. Yeah,
it can't work on the save if there's no PC version.
Yeah,
of it
when you go to Windows Store, and it tells me
because there is no Sega account, right? There's no right. Okay.
Can you stream it, bro? It's not there. Like when you go, like how you go to Windows Store updates, it says that I have the license for Shinobi Art Adventures, and then when you click, it says not available on this store, and I'm like, yo,
that's crazy.
That's crazy. You can't be promoting this initiative and you got holes in the game. So I just want to give a smoke for that, and then other than that, Year of the Ninja. Best living my best street. Like come on, I'm getting a new Shinobi game in the year of our Lord 2025. Like,
you get the best Shinobi game. I think we got flack. I think in our chat, I was just looking at some of the comments on our video on a review, right? And I think at least one person was talking about, and again, great. We respect all different opinions, but he's an old school. It seems like he's an old school gamer like us. He really wanted the game to have an old school feel.
Yes.
Was not feeling the fact that it was very Metroidvania-esque. kind of not feeling the fact that it was just, you know, the way it was, the glow up that we said.
The pixely art style that
yeah,
we love.
Yeah, it wasn't like that. Kind of wasn't what he wanted.
He wanted the bit. He wanted the sprite based.
You wanted sprites?
Yeah,
It's 2025, man.
Sprites could have been fine, right? Because sprites in Ragebound are beautiful. But I think kind of even the gameplay, like he wanted the gameplay to be more similar to you know, Revenge of Shinobi and Shinobi 3. And I mean, I respect it, but I mean, my thinking in that regard is like, hey, those games are great at the time for us, and there's plenty of arguments that they weren't great at the time for other people. Like, you know, you compare how those games controlled to like a Mario game, not really. You know, they're different type of games, but in terms of control, they weren't necessarily the same. And again, it wasn't until, you know, Shinobi 3 that he kind of really felt like a ninja to a certain extent. So I don't know, man. I get it. Like, to be a fan of something and to see it move forward, I've always been the one that doesn't care if they freaking blow it up and start over. Like, I don't really care about that stuff. And I think in this instance, I think it works well for Shinobi, where it's like they've redefined what Shinobi is in the modern era. And maybe, you know, I can see some people, old school, you know, fans of the series not necessarily wanting that. But you know, I don't know that, you know, I don't argue the part that, you know, everything about it feels like a modern game, tighter gameplay, like visuals in terms of the things they made it to make it more relevant today. Because again, I think making it somewhat of a Metroidvania makes it more appealing to a modern audience as opposed to just a straight up action platformer where, you know, it's just like, I feel the scope of its popularity would be limited by that. I don't know. I think they pushed all the right buttons in moving it forward, but I can see and respect how somebody kind of wants it to feel more traditional.
Now, I will say, not knowing it, you know, people's history with the franchise and the last time they played it and everything, because I do think a lot of the times we play these older games and we have this love affair with them. But then you realize when you play something newer, it's like you're looking at it through old rose-tinted glasses.
Facts.
Like, go back and like really give the newer versions a really good try, and then try going back and playing those older games, and then you kind of will understand more of the systems and everything that they wanted to change to kind of modernize it and make it a little bit better for people that are playing
Like
it
that damn
now.
Metal Gear Solid, man. When I played that first one, I was okay. I could crouch. Okay, no, I'm proning. Okay, I could just press it. No, okay, I there's no crouch button. There's just proning button. And So I'll give people a really good example. Metroid is one of my favorite franchises. The original Metroid on NES, freaking incredible. Still go to this day. I play it every once in a while on my Switch 2 through emulation, where they have it in the store where you can play it that way. But guess what? When I played Metroid Dread, a very newer version of that game, I was like, it's hard to go back and play.
It's hard, yeah.
I mean, it's hard to go to the original playing Super Metroid. You play Super Metroid, you're like, I don't know, play the original.
What is this? I mean, have you tried to go like this? The thing, like even the modernized versions of the Mario games, like New Super Mario Brothers and stuff. You play those and try going back and playing a regular Super Mario with Duck Hunt on it, and you tell me how you really feel about how your character felt like he's floating through the air, and it is more about just the visuals. The visuals is fine. I can understand people understanding one of the sprites and everything and wanting kind of that more of an experience. But I think the gameplay evolving is the thing that they're trying to do, because listen, man, 1986 is a long time ago. And we ain't living in you know, the dungeons anymore when it comes to stuff like that.
I'm sorry, continue.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, because you cook it, and the reason why it's so funny we talk about this, because this is a conversation that came up in the Ben Fike interview that it's after the show, because literally he's like, look, I know people may have want that, but he was just like, he said, I have to pay attention to a monitor. I look at Attic as the litmus test, because he said the early builds that they had, they were kind of going that route. Some kids were falling asleep playing. You know what I'm
There you
saying?
go.
They were like, bro, oh, real quick, I do have to give smoke. As y'all can see, it's my ally, right? There's the
I thought
Xbox
that was
app.
Switch too.
No, it's not the Switch 2. I'm going to press the Xbox app, right? And then look what I got typed into the app. Look at Shinobi.
It
and
does not exist.
Exactly. So this is unacceptable, Xbox. Where is my Art of Vengeance? I want to play on the go. Even if you don't have Play Anywhere, why is it not on the storefront? Every other Sega game is.
Well, and that's the thing we were talking about when we were talking about with the new Xbox handhelds and everything coming out. Like, the biggest hurdle is taking your existing Xbox library with you.
Right.
That is non-existent on PC for the most part when it comes to a lot of the games. Like, people don't realize how small of the library is actually on the Microsoft Store when it comes to that. And even if it is on the Microsoft Store, most of those games don't talk to each other, meaning you got to purchase them twice.
Right.
So
like Wasteland 3.
They need to fix that issue before they come out and say unified gaming experience with all of their games, because they're talking like that future's here now when literally it's not.
I think they you know, when we complained about that initially, like, they're not being clear that you're not going to be able to play your Xbox games on these things. I think they went back and kind of had to clarify it, because
now it's like stream on the cloud. You can't stream.
Exactly.
It's not even available to stream on the cloud. Where's
not in the cloud yet.
That's why, like, I don't be like 100% paying attention to them when they be talking about like those pillars that they're standing on, because they change that every couple of years. Remember, it used to be everything's on Game Pass, every game's on Game Pass, but then they had to pivot away from that, because this used to be something they pushed hardcore with Quantum Break. Remember, everything's Play Anywhere. Like, we are experiencing something that they started decades ago that they just recently started taking serious. Like, not decades. But
no, good point. I just had to point it out. But real quick, Forte, because I don't know your time's limited if you're there, because I want to get to you.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, so let's talk about the game. He said, how do you do offline on them? Oh, that's dumb easy. You just go to the Xbox app, go to the offline mode, and then you do it in the Windows Store as well. And then it lets you, says you have to pick one device to do it with, so you make sure it's that. That's how you do it. But they're going to be much easier with the true Xbox ally. Like, this is still Windows 11 nonsense. So, yeah, they're going to address all that. They got a compatibility list. So it's good. They've making strides, but I'm going to be on their head about Play Anywhere. You can't be promoting this, like Addict said, this new initiative, and you still got holes and stuff, especially with new games. I can understand, okay, you go do the back compat program and get other things up, and that takes time. New games, especially Sega, like, come on. Anyway, continue.
How is Final Fantasy games coming for Play Anywhere, but Shinobi didn't?
Don't get me started.
The franchise that eluded the Xbox brand for like a decade, and now all of their games are coming. I think even Tactics is Play Anywhere. All of their games are coming everywhere, but Shinobi was like, "Nah, we good on that one."
Yeah, like, how does that happen? But anyway, you're right. Forte, your experience, you got a chance to play, Art of Vengeance. What's up? How you feel?
Bro.
Talk to me.
This game. Let me tell you. Well, first of all, I was playing, shout out to you guys. I was, Addict hooked me up, was able to get on Steam and get a version of it. And let me tell you something, bro. I was playing this on Switch beforehand. Now, Switch is awesome. Okay. Switch is awesome. It runs great on there. It's a great experience. I feel like Shinobi on a handheld.
It's made for handheld.
It's made. It's made for it, bro. Like when Addict asked, he said, "What you want?" I said Switch. He was like, "Oh, Switch is sold." I was like, "God dang it." Okay, Steam then. Yeah. So I want, but let me tell you something. The thing about Nintendo that kills me is the fact that they reverse their buttons.
It's the Japanese sensibilities. Yeah.
No, it drives me
crazy because of muscle memory.
I'm doing moves and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot this is Nintendo. That's like, okay. So when I went to Steam, I had to like relearn everything, and it didn't take as long. But bro, let me tell you, it is hard for me to go through levels and not fully complete them. When I'm talking about get the highest score you could possibly get in the level, like to the point where I'm going back and replaying levels, trying to get elite status and doing all this stuff. Like, bro, it's already hard to get to like really like learn these levels and get these high statuses in them. But then once you complete it, it's like I could do this better. Let me go back and do this again. So look, I done replay like there's only 14 missions. I done probably like I'm about I think 6 in.
Okay.
Like 6 in. Don't want to say because spoilers and everything.
Yeah.
But I done already went back and made sure I mastered the first 4 to the point where I won't move forward until I get 5.
Fact. I would get mad. I'm like, what you mean 92%? What did I miss? Was it a relic?
Exactly.
Was it ENA squad? Where's that rift at? Let me go. Then you looking for the purple on the map. You're like, all right, it's got to be a way to get over there. Maybe I ain't got the ninja just yet to get to that thing. And sometimes you get it later, but continue.
Yep. Sometimes you get it later, but like I really like the meld and the in the overall gameplay aspect. Like the art is incredible, the story is crazy, just the overall abilities and just the progression is like. It's been a long time since I played a Shinobi game.
Oh, talk to me.
It's been so long, and then picking is like a breath of fresh air. Like when people were in the chat, we always talk about Ryo Hayabusa, and I'm like, Ryo Hayabusa, that's God tier, that's goat status.
That's God tier.
Then this comes around, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Hold on.
maybe it's just the fact that we just ain't had a really good Shinobi game in a while. You know, we just ain't had a good Shinobi game. But in general, I think this game hits all of the points it needs to hit. It's not a long game, but it's a challenging game, and it's what you like. If you want a really good platformer, that's what this game is. It's a really good 2D platformer. If you just play it for the way that this game is, you're gonna have an amazing time because the story, just the overall. The effects in the game, the things that you could pull off on people in this game is really crazy, and it's cool. That's the thing. The cool factor is there.
He says that in the interview too.
But if you want deeper sensibilities and you want to like feel like you truly, quote unquote, master what the ninja truly is and going through the levels. That's what all those elite statuses are for. And let me tell you, you run into some of these elites in this game, I'm like, is this a Dark Souls game?
Yeah, bro. And some of the scenarios they put you in, it be platforms and spikes, and sometimes you gotta move around or some of them. Like, and they got mad armor and crazy. It get crazy sometimes.
It gets crazy, and then it's like you just. I mean, listen, you are literally thinking on your toes.
Yes.
Every second, and just to get a faster time, just to get that one missing thing that you probably just kept jumping over because you were going through a challenging part of the level, you go back and say, "Oh, that's why I missed it because I have to deal with this thing." Yes. And I really like that. So I've always liked games that challenge you and give you a reason to want to go do it because that's the dopamine hit. The dopamine hit is like if you play a game and you feel like I just want to beat it, then did the game really truly do what it was supposed to do to keep you engaged? Because I think that's where we are now when it comes to like gaming in 2025 and beyond. How do we keep people engaged in our game as long as possible? We don't have to be a live service to do it. We can still like if we can get a person to play a 10-hour, 12-hour game for 30 hours. And they stay in that world, and then all of a sudden they're talking to their friends about the things that they did in order to like progress in the game, and like, oh, did you do this? Hey, did you do that? Did you know if you did this ending or if you did this platforming section, you get a chance to experience this thing in the game? That's where games like this truly shine, and I definitely can't wait to see what the second half of the game looks like.
Oh, bro,
but
you ain't ready.
I'm just telling you, the fact that I got to the sixth level, and then I was like, you know what? I hit a roadblock. I was in there, hit a roadblock in level 6, and I was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go back and redo some of the other levels, and then try to like, get higher grades on them. And then I just called myself going back and showing my dog because my daughter likes to play games like this. So I was showing her like the earlier levels, and I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and just try to master these levels real quick. And then that's better practice to get you readier for the later versions of the game too, which a lot of people don't really think about. So I think they knocked it out of the park with this game, bro. It's a breath of fresh air. It's really the honest to God truth that I'm really into this because it's getting me ready for Silk Song.
Mm.
It's getting me ready for like Hornet ain't gonna be no joke.
Oh yeah, for
And
sure.
and it's getting me ready for that because it's all in the same vein. And
Yes.
I'm kind of like using this as a jumping off point into that game because I know that game is going to be ridiculous when it comes out, and it's coming out very, very soon. So I'm enjoying it, man. And the Year of the Ninja is real. I hate doing it because I know Cog loves every bit of this, but you deserve this one, man, because this one's for you.
No, I appreciate it, brother. Like I said, I just get emotional. The person who make me the most emotional, even though me and Soft have the deeper history, but it's Addict because, and I want to let him set it off because, again, I'm like, bro, I'm too close. I love this too much. Me, Saul was with me at the arcade. Saul, what I'm saying? Like, we know where it comes from, so I'm just like, nah, it's good, but, you like it too much. Addict gonna let me know. He gonna let me know, like, is this? And remember, we had Addict for a challenge, play the old Shinobi. He was like, I'm good on this.
Oh, the old ninja guy. Yeah, he played old ninja.
He's like, I'm good on this, kind of thing. And it's just like, when he hit me, I'll never forget. I was like, play Rage Man, play this. And he's all right.
At like 2 a.m.
Yeah, it's what it was. It was a little bit of a peer pressure thing, and I didn't care how much I had to pay to get him to pay. But I was just like, look, man, I need your feedback. And he was like, nah. It's a good game, bro. I was like, oh, I felt good. I felt life was good. It's full circle. You know what I'm saying? But Addict, it's you, man. Like, now that more time is settled, obviously we did coverage. You got the interview with Ben, Lord Ben coming up. What's your feel? Now you see more people experience. You see the Metacritic come back. A lot of positive reviews. Like, what's the energy?
Yeah, they feel just about the way I felt. I saw someone in there say like an 87. 87 is a great score. Because there are issues with the platforming in terms of the grappling hook. I feel like it's very inconsistent sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, you have to play the grappling hook exactly the way the developers want you to play them. There's not a whole lot of freedom in how you want to platform with that. But in terms of, like, might be the best, besides Ori's, the best 2D I've ever played. So, because I do have a good extensive background in a lot of 2D stuff. I played a lot of the older Mario games, a lot of the older Donkey Kong. I played a lot of those games, but this had like style and it had challenge. Especially those rifts, some of those rift worlds. I did finish all the rift worlds.
Nice.
There's 10 of them, and it was good. I really enjoyed it. I thought the combat was well done. I thought the game was damn near a perfect game. Besides, maybe some story aspects. I felt like they missed out on some story aspects that could have really elevated the story. And a lot of that's probably just pure finances.
Yeah, he told us about
I get it because small team. Even though that. Having some dialogue at certain aspects would make it better. And I do feel like they were trying to keep this game to the core of Shinobi as much as possible, but also branching it more to a modern audience. So, maybe having overboard of dialogue would have like hurt that immersion a little bit. But I will say, like, combat's fun, platforming's fun. The story was definitely serviceable. It's not like a throwaway story. It's an entertaining story. It's a story that I wanted to hear the conclusion of. Lots of upgrades. You guys know I'm not a book bag collector. None of that.
No relics. No collectibles in the
the
world.
Furthest thing you can be from that. I don't believe in. If you want me to do collectibles, you better tell me what I get doing the collectible. Because, like, for instance, like Assassin's Creed 2, there's like elite armor. And you have to, I can't remember if it was keys or something, but
it was feathers. Was it feathers?
No, the feathers is something I never did in any of the Assassin's Creed.
It was the feathers.
The feathers.
Did you ever do that Final Fantasy? Did you ever do the Final Fantasy one? In Final Fantasy 7?
The Chocobos?
The one that you had I think the cats.
Oh, that's 5. That's different than 50. Like, how many feathers was in? How many feathers was in Assassin's Creed 2? 100.
That was like trying to. That was like trying. You know what? That was just like with God of War with the birds you had to get in, and I was like, I'm never doing this.
See, and I didn't do that. I never went and got those. One thing I will say is another game that successfully got me to collectathon was Crackdown with the agility orbs.
Okay.
Because I knew I get these agility orbs, I could jump faster, jump higher, run faster, I'm stronger. So I'm like, yeah, I clearly
It was tied to the gameplay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be tied to the gameplay. You know, it's like I said, when an NPC is just, I pass by him, most of the time I don't even talk to him, I'm going to be honest with you. But I pass by him and he says, hey, I need help. Yeah, that's
He's like, I'm good.
Someone else is here.
So what is it about Art of Vengeance that made you say, "Yuck, I'm gonna go after these relics. I'm gonna go after these things"? Like, what was the hook?
Because they rewarded you. You get the relics, you get more access in the store. And what I like is they could have easily done what a lot of other games do, where you have your elite enemies, and essentially what that is just up to that point they give you a variety of the strongest situations that you can fight. So theoretically, once you beat the game, if you want to go back and do them, it'll be a lot easier, but you won't have those abilities. They'll even tell you the first time you do it, they'll be like, yo, you got one of these elite. If you do all three, this is what we're going to give you. Like they straight out tell you. They ain't know, because they could have just had that mystery. Like, yo, you want to find out, do all three of them, and then you'll find out. So, when a scenario comes out where I'm like, oh, you're giving me more kunais. All right, I see you. I'm worthy of giving up my time for some more kunais.
Fair enough. No doubt. Soft, full circle. Sega kids from back in the day. We here. Talk to me. It's Art of Vengeance, mate.
Yeah, man. I mean, like we talked about, I didn't realize that we hadn't talked about it on the show, save for the review. So we hadn't really talked about, what our review said and what we did. Yeah, man. What can I say? It's the best Shinobi game ever. Yeah, exactly. Woo! I said it, during the review. I said it kind of at the start of the review, and I reiterated at the end. It is the best Shinobi game ever made. It really is that good, and it is one of the top action platformers / Metroidvanias in the last couple of years. It is that good. It just is that good. What they did with Joe Musashi and with that character, and with all the lore that went along with that character, it's all valid here. It's all canon. Like all of Joe Musashi's exploits and all the ninja guy and all the Shinobi Empire informed this game in a lot of ways. Obviously, literally in terms of the lore and the canon. And because obviously, there are characters and things you see in this game that definitely call back to the old games. And in just kind of like taking that core gameplay and modernizing it in a way that I think makes it, again, we've seen how it's been talked about online. It's a game that's appealing to everybody today. You look at it and be like, oh, this is gorgeous. Let me give this a shot. Yeah. Even if I never played an old Shinobi game, even if I never cared about Shinobi in the past, you look at it and be like, I have to give this a shot. So I'm just happy. I'm just happy for Shinobi. I'm happy with what Sega's, up until this point been doing with their IP, bringing them back. Some people were like, this is the start of Sega IP coming back. And no, they started this a couple years ago. To be pretty frank, they started it with the Wonder Boy 3, the Dragon's Lair. Then they went right into, with Streets of Rage. And then this is, to me, up until now, it is the pinnacle of what Lizard Cube particularly has done up until this point. And I only see great things coming. Again, there is a different team working on Golden Axe, so I want to see what that is. But again, if that doesn't work out, you can always hand it over to Lizard Cube.
Hey, man.
Yeah, hand it to Ben and the team over there. So I'm just really excited about what, Sega's been on a roll with, obviously the Atlas stuff for quite some time, and the Yakuza stuff, but, they're bringing back Virtua Fighter. Yeah. They've done this with Shinobi. They're bringing back Crazy Taxi, and they're bringing back, Golden Axe and Jet Set as well. Yeah. Right. So, I'm just glad that they're bringing it back, and they're just not cash-ins. They're not just trying to, put out a game and be like, oh, you remember this? Yeah, let's get the old guys who loved this back in the day to buy it. They're really trying to bring these franchises forward in a way that's meaningful and have these franchises continue to resonate in the future. I can't say enough good about this game and what Sega and the people at Lizard Cube and everybody who's working on Sega franchises now is really doing for that brand. Because as a kid who, when Dreamcast died and you trying to figure out where to go and what's going to happen to Sega franchises, period. You know what I mean? Obviously Sega continued, but there was some rough spots, and even before Xbox became kind of the de facto home of the Sega kid, the games going to PlayStation and Nintendo and seeing that, and that was weird, and it took them a while to really find their footing. And I just feel now like they're in such a good place. Virtua Fighter, I'm looking at that, I'm like, that looks like it's gonna come out and rival the Tekkens and rival the Street Fighters back in the day, like it was back in the day. And even more for the super hardcore dude who really cares about like, true like martial arts styles and things that don't necessarily feel over the top. Because Tekken has always been that. But especially in Tekken, Tekken 8, it was like it's gone a little over the top. Where a little over the top. It's still that
lost their mind.
Yeah, it's true, but it's still. I get it. Yeah, it's a little more over the top than I want it to be. Right. But still, in terms of like martial arts and stuff like that, they're still very good at doing that. Virtua Fighter feels like it's perfect to come back right now and kind of fill that niche of like the super realistic kind of, true to the nature of the actual martial arts type of game. But again, bringing all that forward in a modern way that, that can be truly amazing. It's just, I'm super happy for what Sega's going on right now. And again, Shinobi is kind of the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, man. Again, it's
just the tip.
Pause. Shinobi kids, rejoice. If you haven't played it, again, go check it out. It is out there. Really nice price point. You know what I'm saying for them. And again, it's a $40 game. Really cool. Again, if you want to support both games, Nintendo lets you get Rage Bound and that. And then again, it's full circle moment for me. My namesake is from this game, and it's just so cool to see. And I just smile. And shout out to them to making the necessary steps as far as evolution and modernizing a franchise so that newer players can now experience it and appreciate it. So yeah, I'm living my best life. Everything's good now. Life is good. You know what I'm saying? Shinobi's out. We lit. So let's get these super chats and then we can get into the next time.
Yeah, we got two more. We got Richie Torres MMA, $5 super chat. Shinobi sitting on an 87 is nasty work. I get no game is perfect. Buy this, but this is pretty damn close. Gaming media is cooked. They hate fun stuff. I mean, an 87 with the amount of reviews that have come out for it, like everybody's reviewed it. I think that's a pretty strong standing. I'm not mad at that. Like I'm not mad at an 87. Would a 90 be
I go for nice. The first day and the first couple hours was at 91. I was like, yo. Yo,
you always know that's gonna go down. The more reviews are coming in, right?
I know.
And it went down, then it went back up, and I was like, "Oh, okay." But again, for the amount of reviews for it to still be sitting at 87, it's just a testament to the quality of that game. So I ain't mad at it. I get it, but I ain't mad at it.
A lot of content coming out. Boss Rush Bowl,
Oh my God,
Eggman's coming. You know what I'm saying? Like they gonna have fun with this, man. You can see it, and we already we shot our shots on some things. Addict shot a shot that was fire. Y'all gotta listen to the interview. Addict shot. I didn't even think the shot. Addict shot was so fire. Lord Ben was like, "Yo, I might do that in the next year."
Hold up, let me write this down.
Yeah. He said, "Hold up." I said, "Yeah, send it check to ILP, please." And my man send it to my man because he done gave you some bars on what to do with Shinobi for if y'all want to do more content, which it looks like y'all might be doing.
Then we have Lord Kaibatsu, my brother, $5 super chat. Props to Shinobi, but also to the Messenger and Guacamelee. They definitely were influences for the new game. Yes, the Messenger, obviously.
The Messenger.
Yeah,
that's my man.
And Guacamelee.
The studio that made Sabotage. Shout out to Sabotage. But yeah, it's my man. Oh, he was so dope. Theory. I forgot his last name.
Yeah,
super dope. Dab. Yeah, he definitely had a lot of influences. He's more on the Ninja Gaiden side, but that game was funny and dope as hell.
Yeah, I love that game.
Yeah.
And Guacamelee. I love
Guacamelee, legendary.
It's
Yeah.
awesome. It's funny because he texted me the day the game came out, and I didn't realize they had an early access for the game. So knowing him, I know how he is. I'm like, he's talking to me. I'm like, he basiche beat this game. I know he's ahead of, I know how he does. He had it for 3 because I was like, you know, he listened to our review and he politely was dissing the way that we play because he's surgical when it comes to how he plays these games. Yeah. He analyzes the moves. He picks out the moves that are best suited for every situation. No extra extraneous movement for him. He wants the thing that's going to get you out of there as quickly as possible. That's how he plays. We know how this is how he plays. He's surgical in that way. So he was like, it's like, yeah, you guys, like, they're, you know, the kunai with the double swipe and the kunai, it gets, what you would call it, they're all of their freaking armor's gone. Like, you know what I mean? He thinks about things in that way.
Yeah,
like
that context.
Like a fighting game. Like,
yes.
And I'm just like, well, no, I like to juggle them and just be beastie and juggle them in the air. Like, the way he says it to you, it's so like he's putting you down like a way to play, but he doesn't really want to say it.
He doesn't say you uncultured play style.
Yeah, he just said, all of you guys play very differently to me.
That's when you know that Dev ain't feeling the way you play the game. It's hilarious.
Exactly. He's so funny because my brother, when it comes to these games, he's surgical when it comes to it. He, like, back in the day, he beat all of these games before I beat them. And I learned how to beat them by watching him, really, because I could not do it of my own accord.
Attic is the younger version of Kai because I got to deal with Attic's nonsense. And it's just like, I know, like, if you leave Attic to his own devices with your game, your game finished. So I was like, I ain't tell him this. But I was like, I have to beat this game before. Because I was like, I don't want to hear it. I said, he can have the riffs. He can 100% it. But beat this game before me. My favorite game. Attic, you don't know. This was a deep, you did nothing wrong. This is Kaibatsu's fault. And let me tell you why. When I got the arcade Shinobi home, truth be told, I never beat Mass Ninja, the final stage. There was one stage before the forest. Remember the bamboo forest? With the ninjas flying through the air doing craziness? This man had the nerve, when I finally got that arcade joint home, to finish platinum my arcade game and beat and then smiling. Look, Cog, here's the ending. Get out my house. Get out my goddamn house.
You know how I felt every time I was the one purchasing games. Yeah. I was the one purchasing, and I had to tell him, you do not play this game while I'm not here. Because if I were allow him to play, the game would be beat by the time I get home.
The only thing that saved me from Attic doing the same thing to me is that when we game shaming. If I was not, my game would have been beat because I see and I knew.
I think he had he played it for like 3 days before I played it. I caught up.
He caught up.
Always.
And he's like, "Cog, when you go?" A part of me was like, "I kept not letting him get on this game until I beat this game."
I was like, "I'm on this stage," and he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm not on that stage."
Yeah, he jumped ahead of me. I was like, "Oh, man, so I can't have these young boys doing that to me like that." So Attic is my younger brother and said he's my Kaibatsu.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, back. It's so funny. It's like back. I'm like, I want to strangle this kid. I'm like, this is a game that I just spent. And back in the day, I was already paying $80, $90 for certain games. I bring it home from Penguin Village or JNL, but like, yeah, we got this. And I had to go to work or school or whatever the heck, and he would just say until I made a point like, do not touch this game.
Yeah, they're young savants.
Yeah,
you gotta control them. You gotta control.
Yeah, crazy.
I'll never forget it. My dad, I got grounded on the N64, and he took I got grounded, so my mom made him take my N64 on the railroad. So it wasn't even the same state that I was in. And I remember I played through like a good portion of Castlevania 64. And when he came back and I finally got my N64 back, I loaded it up. I'm like, "Dad, what the hell is this?" He's like, "Oh, I beat it." I'm like, "Hey." So, like, could you not did something out? Like, why did you have to play it on what
on
I was
profile.
playing? Like,
not saying
you played on your profile.
And I'm sitting there. I went to the next room and they there's Dracula's damn coffin. I'm like, I don't get what's going on here. It's like, you don't have to. Next time you won't get grounded. Like,
Hey, you gonna use your data.
My dad, same thing, bro. My dad, when he didn't play a lot of games.
Fix your focus on your camera for a second.
But it was, okay. And so, Atari, because my dad never played anything beyond really Atari. But with the Atari, he was on some, when you guys are grounded, he said, y'all all three of y'all go sit on the couch.
No.
While I sit here and play Pac-Man.
In your face?
Donkey in your face.
Shit.
In your face.
That's worse punishment than get beat.
It would be me, my brother, my sister sitting there on the couch.
Chill.
And he's there rocking out Pac-Man, rocking out Donkey Kong. He used to love doing that to us.
Yeah, that's wild disrespect. Real quick, Endgame wants to know, Solve, what game made you put your foot down with Kai Batsu say no? Like, no, bro, you ain't playing that.
I think it was
do like this to your camera. Do like this, because your focus is not.
That's weird.
It's like it wasn't refocusing.
How about now?
Yeah, you back.
Better? Okay. If I recall, and maybe he remembers better than me, I think it was Res Evil 2. It was Res Evil 2 because I had made a thing. I was like, I'm gonna play Leon, you can play Claire.
Okay, yeah,
but you're not playing it. But you're not playing it simultaneously with me. I'm gonna go through Leon first, and I think while I was at school or work, he went ahead and blazed. And I think, because those games were very much like what you finished with Leon, it transferred over to Claire. It was a very cool sort of connecting type of thing.
Yes, love that mechanic.
That's funny that you said Resident Evil, because my biggest foot down moment in gaming was Resident Evil 5. And you played it in co-op, and my brother wanted to play as Shiva. I was like, no, I'm playing as Shiva. You can play as boring old Chris.
Yo, they said
Chris Redfield.
They said Saul's pops invented the idea of streaming the game to the viewer.
Live streaming
in your face.
Live streaming.
Oh, but your kid's on punishment. Sorry, continue the car story.
Yeah, that was, again, that to me, I think, and I might be wrong about that, but I do remember specifically, I was like, no, you get this playthrough, I get this playthrough, but you're not doing it at the same time as me. You're doing it after me. And then I went to school, I went to work or whatever, and when I come back, I go back into my game, and I have things in my game.
You ain't supposed to. That's wild. That's wild.
What's crazy is you just brought up the Atari 2600, and I always remember this story of how when I got my very first Atari and the circumstances. It was Christmas that year, and how I came across it before Christmas and knew I had it. Because it was I remember my dad bought it. It was all in a big black garbage bag, and it was in the attic on the stairs.
Okay.
And we never went up. I never ever had a reason to go into the attic, but this one day I decided, it was like, I want to go see what's in this attic. What is upstairs in the attic above?
Oh boy!
And then I go and open the door, and I move in the box, and then all of a sudden I see this big black bag on the stairs, and I was like, I got to move this bag to go upstairs, and I look in it, and I was like, oh,
you saw all of y'all. You was in the stash, bro. You wasn't supposed to be in the stash.
Oh, I'm supposed to be in the stair.
Yeah.
So
I just
go ahead.
Go ahead and finish.
No. It just always reminds me of just a moment when you were like, what was that gift that you got? Like when you first, the first time you realized, like, man, my parents are buying all my gifts. And
that's when Santa Claus wasn't real.
That's when Santa Claus became not real, because I didn't say anything. All I know is this showed up on Christmas Day, and I knew about this weeks ago. So it was over for me.
It was over. The illusion is over.
I never told my brother this.
Oh, he kept it.
Of course, he knows at this point that it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But I never told him that story. So I always wonder, in other people's, when did that hit for you, and what was the item that it hit for?
Well, I can't comment because Jay don't,
Yeah.
don't celebrate that. But
Don't celebrate
I had no
Christmas.
birthdays. I had no holidays. I lived through Solve and King.
Oh, he said I lived through
I
Saul.
lived through them. I would go to school and see what Solve got. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
that's awesome. You know, my mom said, I gave you life, boy. That shit gift. I'm like, yo.
Yo.
I was like, bro, I had
give
it
you
hard,
life
bro.
and I can take your life away.
Bro, I had it hard. Ain't nothing worse than for going over Solve house and I used to see all the stuff. And I'm like, this
Well,
is
that's how it was with my
bro.
friends and stuff. I was like, go to their house,
I was-
like, man, you had a
Yup,
way
I was
better
like,
Christmas than
this
I
Christmas
did.
thing is fire.
That's fire. What's a birthday?
What's a birthday? What's that? Anyway, so and then your brother is in the chat.
Yeah, I see him in the chat.
He got
So
two
the
comments.
thing,
Yeah,
what I remember, because I remember like when it came to the Sega Master System, which it turned out to be the last console my dad or my parents bought for her. Because I got my own Sega Genesis when that came out, so the Master System was the last thing he bought, and I was like 10. And I think I already knew Santa Claus was, obviously. I may have known before that, but I never had the opportunity to, for my parents to be like, okay, you know that this is the thing. But I just remember he was like, okay, I'm not gonna, try to figure out what you want. We're gonna go to we're gonna go to Sears and you're gonna pick.
Yes.
And then, the famous decision based on Double Dragon was that I go with the Master System instead of the NES, right? So that was that, but I don't recall that necessarily being when I realized Santa Claus was real. I think it was way before that. It might have been a couple of times that my parents left my younger brother and sister with me to go Christmas shopping. So, they obviously they left it up to me to make sure the illusion was maintained.
Gotcha.
I babysat them while they went out to Toys R Us and KB or whatever, got all the toys and came back. And I was like in charge of when they got to the door, they'd call me to the door, be like, hey, make sure your brother and sister are in the room or something like that.
Gotcha.
So I think I must have been like maybe 8 or so when I already knew that was the case.
Attic, any stories with you and Zach, where it was a realization, or was your parents kind of like, we just gonna get you? Because at least I even though I'm slandering a little bit on my side, my dad, who wasn't part of any of that, and my mom and my dad were separate. So when my dad had visitation rights, he kind of pulled like, yo, what do you want? I'm getting you something, right? I don't see you off the. So what do you want? It was always like clothes or toys. Toys.
Toys.
You know what I'm saying? Take me to toys. So that was my thing. So he, it was illusion. But for you, Attic, was there any illusion with the Santa thing, or they didn't play all that? They wasn't trying to do all that.
Well, my dad's parents tried to. My mom, she didn't really like. My mom's one of those people that she can't hold on to something for months at a time. So but I do know that my mom was not happy when my dad bought me that N64 because he bought me Star Wars Rogue Squadron and Glover. He bought me those. And I remember playing that because I just looked it up actually. The Castlevania I played that he did that to me on was Legacy of Darkness. That was the one
savage.
Because I remember what the end looked like. Is just there's actually a couple Castlevanias that's on the N64. Someone said I miss Toys R Us. I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments at Toys R Us.
Shout out to Mez. He said my brother always chose clothes and I chose games. That I'd wear his clothes. Games over clothes. Facts. You got to get the super chat. Yeah. Okay.
There's a 10-year age difference between me and my brother. So like he wasn't really playing games for a couple years. So probably the only thing that kid plays now is like War of Warships. He plays that. He plays 7 Days to Die. He plays that. You're gonna have to get off.
He having a fun time. Shout out to Fred. You tell me chilling. He having a good time.
Yeah, so he plays 7 Days to Die. He plays that's about it.
Yeah, man,
Like,
and all that stuff.
and he plays a lot of Call of Duty.
Yeah.
And a lot of Halo Wars.
A lot of Halo Wars, a lot of Call of Duty, and all that.
And I can't get this dude to play anything that's not those games, like at all. Like I can't even get him to watch TV. That's not the like 3 TV shows he watches, or
Beastie.
he likes watching Achievement Hunter. That's like his thing because he goes and watch like a movie with me. Like he's been pretty active in the movie thing because we both didn't have a movie theater for like 3 years.
Yeah,
so
I got the fly joint now. I like
yeah,
that.
so he goes to the movies. just as much as I do at this point. What's funny is I said, so you going to watch the Demon Slayer movies? Me, I don't care if you ain't seen the anime.
He's like, okay, we gonna see this joint. No doubt. Yo, so you want to get your brother in the super chats?
You got a couple super chats. Let me see. Danny Passion, $2 super chat. Shinobi runs at 1080p, 120 FPS on the ROG Ally X. Yeah, it does. Beautiful.
It's beautiful. I played that demo. Would love to play it on the Xbox store. Just for the sake.
Then we have Kaibatsu. Remember before the 8 Muslim Bronze? I'm not accepting the slander, and you chose to play Resident Evil 2 for 12 hours. So it's my fault that I take time with the games that I purchased. You played Leon, I declare, and you still had beaten it first. No, I don't think I did. I don't think I did.
Receipts.
Yeah, I don't. Again, I might be wrong. But all I know, you see, you chose to play Resident Evil 2 for 12 hours. It's my business if I want to play this game for 12 hours or not. Whether it's a 12-hour game or not, you know how I play these games. I go every corner. I want to find all the secrets. I'm going to take a long time with a game. So it doesn't matter if I take 12
That's
hours.
a mental disorder. You want to check every corner.
That's how I play these games. So, you know, just because he doesn't play them that way, that's not, especially since I paid for it. that is not his problem.
That part. Hilarious.
So he's like, oh, this isn't relevant. I paid for it.
That's really what this is about.
He's justifying leapfrogging me against. I take too long. This is what he's trying to justify.
No.
That's it. We are caught up.
We are caught up, no doubt. All right. It's kind of fast. We got the third jolt. You know what I'm saying? This would have been the king. Helldivers 2, a lot of success, man. I just want to shout out to Windows Central, did an article on it. And it looks like the Xbox release spiked player counts so high that it crashed servers. Also, it's surging on Steam with crossplay. Arrowhead's game, critically third-person co-op shooter Helldivers 2 finally released on Xbox earlier this week on the 26th, complete with full crossplay and other platforms. It was quite the historic occasion for both users of Series X and S consoles, as well as the game's community at large. Not only was the title's arrival accompanied by the incredible Halo ODST crossover Warbond, complete with recreated Halo 3 ODST gear that fits perfectly into the game, but it also marked the first time a Sony published PlayStation console exclusive came over to the upside. Now, there's been an update a couple of days ago. Arrowhead developer confirmed in a post on the official Helldivers 2 Discord server that at one point the game's total player count after launch on Xbox reached as high as 500K plus. Notably, that's considerably higher than the shooter's all-time peak on Steam at 458. And then I just wanted to read about the next two major updates that are coming to kind of keep the momentum. It looks like there's going to be a Helldivers 2 Unjust update and then a Dust Devils update. So just reading on that. So yeah, it looks like the Unjust, it becomes September 2nd. And it focuses on liberating hive planets. There's new underground areas, new mission types, new enemy variants. They said what's changing: prepare your squad to disappear into the fog and discover new dangers from towering structures built by terminals, which lurk beneath the planet. Deep underground labyrinth of cave tunnels, infested hive lung that produce thickening fog makes up the gloom. New subterranean species of enemies, terminid warriors, bile spewers, chargers. They got some new joint called the Dragon Roach, menace to the sky that unsuspecting Helldivers and rains down burning bile, new mission types, and a new warbond called the
apparently you're going to their planets now.
Yeah.
Planet.
So that they got that. And then September 4th, Helldivers 2 Dust Devils, adding a bunch of new weapons and items as part of the Warbond. They got AR2, Coyote, some try called a G7 pineapple grenade. Sounds hilarious. And Desert Stomper, stratagem, new armor, new emote patterns, and so on and so forth. So yeah, it looks like they're continuing the trend of what's going on. And he said, wait, what was Ben says? Tell him how we was together playing last night, Attic. We can get to Attic right now. So Attic, man, how you feeling? Obviously, I've been away, so I haven't got a chance to get in there. You've been in there playing a lot. And what do you feel about, obviously, the player count and then also the all the new updates? It looks like they try to keep this momentum going with a lot of content.
Well, I think everything was strategic. You know, they set up this content to come out when they expand to other platforms. So, you know, the thing is, I've always said, like, this perception that, like, Xbox gamers not buying games has always been wrong. It's just Xbox gamers don't buy Game Pass games, and there's no reason to because it's the whole point of the service. Like it's always like funny when a game is clearly because it's clearly selling well on Xbox. It's not in Game Pass, and they did a Halo collaboration, and it's like look, if you put something out on a platform after it's come out, there could not be a better way of doing it than how they did it. It's cross-play, so you can play it with anyone. It's got Halo content, so you could jump in here and get some Halo cosmetics and stuff. Like, it's just like, this is if there's a way that you need to practice doing things, it's this way. And as far as like the amount of people playing it, it's like, look, I can understand. Like, look, I still like not the biggest fan of games like this, but this is the exception. Like, I did enjoy Helldivers last night. Played for about 3 hours. I had to get off of it because I was like, I need a break. That was
get
rough.
away from Rook's turret.
Yeah, everything, man. Rook's Troy definitely traumatized me. I probably need. And I'm sitting here like, because he had two turrets. He had the Gatling gun turret and he had the mortar one. So I didn't mind the mortar one, even though that killed me once, because it's like I could see where it's shooting. Okay, I get it. But that turret, it didn't care. It didn't care if there's one thing behind me. That turret's killing me and the thing behind me.
My turrets were MVP. Yo, Rook is crazy. No doubt. So yeah, how about that new content? How you feel about that new content?
I'll have to play it to see exactly what it is. But and people, Attic was so bad at hell. Yeah, because I ain't never played it. You guys, I love backseat gamers when they act like I love backseat gaming. I love backseat gaming when like they act like they're experts. Like, I'd like to see you guys stream the game. Like, at least if Meds be talking about my gameplay, I seen that he's good. But I ain't gonna have some dude that what's that
What you mean?
Hold on. Well, who said that?
He said, "Who said that? Seize him." Who said that? Who in the chat said that?
Yeah, right there. What's his name? I don't even know what your picture is, my dude. Like,
hilarious.
Is that what's that dude's name? I know that's a celebrity or whatever that dude's name is. So someone tell me. Yeah, so it's like, you ain't gonna say, yeah, FouseyTube. That's who it is. It's FouseyTube. Like, I ain't gonna let some FouseyTube avatar tell me that people don't even know what it looks like. There's a stream. I don't need you to tell me my gameplay was trash because I was there.
That part.
Okay, I know it was trash, but I enjoyed it, man. I enjoyed it, especially like, I got a random hell bomb, and like, I put it down and I activated it, and I was running, and I'm like, is this far enough? And like, that thing explodes. It looks like a nuke. And what's funny is that, like, when the game came out, that was like the original thing that happened. But now there's more stuff that blows up just as much as that. So it's just like they got a lot. What I like is, like, they might overwhelm you, but they're giving you all the tools you need to blow them into the 28th century. So it's crazy. Like, it really is. Like, and what I gotta like really put my hat off to them is how they made this. They are probably, besides Fortnite, the best studio that's making an online infrastructure, because everything is calculated. They have storylines. Oh, a new thing entered. Like, how often do we see it that we just see random, like, they're doing it kind of like Fortnite mentality, where it's like
the world
now
gets
Super Earth is blown up.
Yeah.
What happened to Super Earth? Like they'll just have like a random, I think when they introduced the new faction that's in the game now, it invaded Super Earth, I think. So it's like you just randomly get on, now Super Earth's being invaded by a random new faction. I was thinking, you're going to go this Halo way, man. How epic would it be if they bring the Covenant as a if they bring the Covenant, where you fight the Covenant.
That'd be crazy.
Even just the Flood. Like,
the Flood would be perfect in this. Yeah, the Flood would be sick.
Imagine if, like, they put the Flood, and the way they handle the Flood is every faction, the Flood can take them over. And some planets that you can land on is just flooded variations of like the bug creatures and stuff. It's like they got a lot. The good thing about this is I know companies like to stay away from licensing, but I think that's how this game blows up.
Yes.
Like imagine if they had an alien expansion where they implemented aliens into the game. Like I know that's expensive,
right? But
cost
the
a lot
potential
of money.
is there. You can see it. Like if
but as Fortnite, the best way of broadening your horizons and getting as many people as possible is to get into that mainstream audience. And like it would just imagine if they got to the point where they're having factions fighting each other on a planet while you're fighting them too. Like there's a lot of things. Tons of potential. Imagine if they did like a Aliens versus Predators expansion where you go on a planet and it's just aliens versus predators versus you. Like,
a lot of potential tired. They could literally get into a PvE, I don't want to say Fortnite bad completely, but yeah, in a way, right? The potential is there. I agree. I want to get Solve, our resident multiplayer expert, cooperative gamer, extraordinaire. How are we feeling? Obviously, we saw the numbers because they broke their player count this week of all time, and then obviously a lot of the new content. How we feeling?
Yeah, I played all of 0 hours of Helldivers on any platform. But yeah, this feels like the most Xbox game that was not an Xbox game until now.
You guys know what's next though? What? Whatever those things are in Gears, drop that in the planet.
Oh, you mean what they call? I forget the locust.
The locust.
Yeah. Have locusts be a planet.
Locust in there.
Just collabing with the Xbox alone. Helldivers has access to a lot of things.
You could put Gears in here, right? In a way, right? Yeah. Or so give them, if they don't want to go too IP heavy, what's the dude that always die? You can have Carmines. You can have Carmines up in this, and that would be funny. Send me the bag. I just gave y'all the dopest idea. You put Carm, who's known to always die, who has the comedic tie-in. Send Cog the bag right now. Gears of War, Helldivers 2. Let's go.
But you take it farther than that.
Let's go.
You have a special event. Where instead of landing, there's a bunch of bugs. There's a bunch of cars.
There's a bunch of Carmines. There it is. Rest in peace, all the Carmine brothers. Shout out to man's facts. Continue.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, I'm just glad that it hit Xbox and it kind of has, caused a resurgence in the game overall. The fact that, they finally got, you have the crossplay all over all these platforms. You got the new content coming. This is exactly what you want this type of game to be. And this is exactly the cadence of sort of content that you want for this game to have. And now you don't have to worry about what platform, right? At some point, I can imagine if it runs on a Switch too, they're going to try to figure that out too. But yeah, I mean, this is what this kind of game needs to continue to survive. And I'm glad that it hit Xbox and it's doing what we expected it to do as a game that feels very Xbox coded. How did you guys? Well, Attic, how did you find the ODST stuff, like crossover wise?
I didn't get it.
Yeah, you gotta get that. Yeah, I bought it. I haven't been home, so I refuse to play like a game like that or like an Ally. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like a true multiplayer experience deserve the full suite. Yeah. So this week. Obviously, it's Labor Day weekend. Labor Day. I will definitely get a chance to get in there this week because I've been thirsty, man, to get up in there.
Yeah. So again, the floodgates are open.
Yes.
Let's see more come through the gates.
Now that the sex thing is completed and we have an open relationship, our new bond.
You know what's crazy? That's just on Xbox's version. They put like all the zombies and stuff that's in Last of Us clickers.
You talking about Collabo? Yeah. I didn't think about that. Yeah.
Imagine like you start hearing clickers and Helldivers.
Listen, man, y'all want to?
Clickers have always had that like unique sound approach. I mean, they can even tap into Resident Evil, where it's like you imagine if they did like a Resident Evil collab where it's like every planet has a different variety of Resident Evil.
That's the thing, and you guys are right about that. Like as some people I know, people feel like these collabs kind of bring down the game. Yeah, Doom is perfect.
Doom is perfect. Doom Slayer.
You're right though. These games kind of survive on that afterwards. Like, having these sort of collaborations is just, it's cool to see other sort of,
Fallout goals and stuff.
Yeah, and that's the thing. In the Xbox side, you have so much internal stuff that they don't necessarily have to go searching for other stuff outside, like weird stuff, like like Call of Duty does, with like Beavis and Butthead or whatever. They can have this content coming out consistently and stuff that kind of makes sense and fits in this universe in ways it doesn't feel like it's like jumping the shark, even more than it already is.
And you protect the IP because it's not like you even Fortnite gets beastie, they make them fight each other. But if any license holder is hesitant, it's cooperative PvE, right? Again, and so you can license your enemy types to Helldivers, right? And then put in your protagonists as suits or skins and keep the trade going. Like it's a lot of potential here.
And that's just looking at it from like an enemy perspective. Hit up, Microsoft and be like, what would it take for us to put a location of Reach in the game?
Backgrounds would get crazy. I mean, dudes would pay for them stages. That's one of the times when the microtransaction that dudes will pay for they little universe or whatever it is. Facts. No, it's a lot. I'm sorry for finishing.
Oh, that was it. I'm just glad to see that it's doing well. Just on the performance front, how do you guys find performance? Because I kind of heard some stuff that it was like this version of the game on Xbox kind of wasn't necessarily up to par in terms of performance. But maybe I'm wrong about that.
Yeah, how that performance added? Because I got to get in this.
I'm the worst person you could talk to about that.
Yeah, we got to get.
I don't pay attention to that stuff.
Yeah, we got to get the console guys. How we feeling?
I personally didn't feel like drastic drops or screen tearing and stuff, but I don't like. I play stuff like that doesn't bother me unless it's extremely noticeable. I'm not the kind of person that could see it off the bat. Like sometimes when you see gameplay on like trailers, I'm like, that's clearly dipping, like drastically dipping. But it's that like people will complain if it drops like 5 frames occasionally or drops 5 frames when like a lot of stuff's going. That stuff don't bother me. Just don't drop to 10, 15. And then usually you'll get a pass on performance. Did I have an issue playing the game? No. Was there parts where it was a little bit more of an inconvenient to play the game? Sure, but I wouldn't say it stopped me from playing the game. The only time I'll stop playing a game essentially is if the game crashes a bunch. That's like the biggest portion.
No doubt. Yeah, hold on. Shout out Rook. He said a few times it froze like 8 seconds or severe stutter in the initial drop into the map. I had 0 issues otherwise.
Yeah. Now that Johnny says that there was stutter when the pods are dropping itself. I remember that.
All right. So that stuff. Okay, cool. Fair enough. But yeah, that's been it, so.
Yep, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, you guys echo my thoughts. I thought this is super cool, and obviously, they're going super hard. Shout out today. Obviously, we see both companies promoting it. They both want this to do well. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, this opens the door for more things, right? And I think that this is a key metric for Sony to see, them choose this game, which was, let's be honest, the only successful live service one that they had, and then now say, okay,
Concord did well.
I was about to run off. I was about to run out of here. I was like, no, he did. So it's just like this.
Concord did great.
Oh yeah, they clearly.
We're gonna see videos in the future, and Concord was misunderstood.
Yeah. Especially now, Herman Holt's coming out with videos talking about we can't fail big anymore. We have to fail small or whatever. Because clearly someone signed off on that, bought a studio for that. We know this.
And I have zero idea on how that happened.
Yeah, that's a crazy.
Whoever was
failure.
in that building that looked at something like Concord and thought that was a hit, you should probably be in a different building.
So, it's going to be interesting. To me, now that this seems the early stages of this, because Attic made a good point. Like, I keep forgetting, like, this is not a Game Pass game. Right, this is on Xbox. You have to pay, right? So to see the player count surge to its highest since now it's been on Xbox is interesting. Now, yes, fair, we need to see the splits, right? But we kind of got an idea because I think someone showed like some of the Steam splits. So it appears that the Xbox.
You don't need to see the splits
I know,
anyway, because here's the thing: Xbox has a way smaller platform. You got to see the percentage of every platform, not the splits. Because if you got 80 million PlayStation 5s and two halves are playing on play, obviously, because they have way more hardware.
No, it's interesting, man. I love seeing that data type, it's that data information, and then see what actually happened. And once they see it, that kind of incentivizes them to do more stuff. And I just like the way they did it. Like the Halo, we all felt it was a perfect collaboration. And I love when companies have they lined up and they roadmap in tune. Everything is congruent, and it's just super dope. They got this Dust Devils. They got the Unjust. You keep that going, because let's be honest, that was one of the issues with Infinite, right? We like, damn, this game is dope, but where's the content, bro? We want to do more. This is what I'm talking about. And then we're seeing the live service sensibilities. Like I said, it could be the PvE Fortnite kind of thing if they play their cards right. So salute to Arrowhead, man. This is super dope. You see the developers popping off. They saying a lot of stuff on Twitter. And yeah, I think this is, listen, the way they're promoting, I would assume that there is something else in mind next, whether it be, I don't know where Fair Games is with them, or whether it be some next IP, whether it be they go the traditional route where it's like, hey, we've extracted value from, I'm just making it up, Uncharted or Returnal or whatever, right? And they say, hey, we give a collection of older stuff. Let's see how that does, right? I think we're in this pocket now where it's just like, hey, we've got to extrapolate as much value as we can from consoles. Not that they are dead, but if we don't, basically what I'm trying to say is it's looking at your own mortality. They are not in the urgent situation where Xbox is, where Xbox kind of threw the towel and say, hey, we're doing something else, we're going to be the biggest publisher. They're like, okay, we're selling the most consoles, we're the biggest right now, but these games cost a lot. We've got a couple of failures that in this last, and we need to kind of maximize every bit of software we put out, because there is something to be said that you yourself, of the games that you make, are not benefiting you on your platform the most. And I think that is something that they kind of look at. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say on it.
Yeah, I think it goes back to the discussion we were having before. It's like, we've talked about, okay, what can the game industry do to kind of, improve upon this, to be more efficient, to not take 7 years to make a game, to not, to bring budgets down. At the end of the day, I don't think anybody's figured that out. Right? Yeah. Nobody has come out and be like, oh, we're going to do this differently. We're going to do that differently.
Nintendo.
Nintendo, right. But Nintendo's been doing it already. Facts. They don't really tell you how long it takes to make a game. They don't tell you who's working on it. They just tell you when the game, they'll tell you right before the game's coming out, all the game's coming out. And then that information will maybe drip feed a little bit afterwards. Like, oh, it's this team working on it. It's these people. They're the only ones. Like everyone else, ever since the discussion around gaming has been like, hey, these games are getting too out of hand. They're taking way too long to make. They're becoming more expensive. None of the big, publishers, you talk about PlayStation, you talk about Xbox, nobody said, hey, we're taking these steps to improve upon that. Nobody's done that. So it almost feels like they've accepted that this is the nature of game development now. How do we, that's what it is. We're going to figure out other ways to sort of make that make sense.
Right.
And like to your point, it just feels like, okay, these games are still going to take forever to make, and they're still going to cost a whole lot of money. What makes sense is, okay, we have to bring down the walled garden, and these games are going to have to exist in other places where they haven't in the past, in order for us to be able to make money off of them, right? Or make as much money as we possibly can off of them. So, I mean, it kind of feels like that's the reality of things, unless they come out and be like, hey, moving forward, these AAA games, you're going to see, you're not going to see like brand new assets from game to game. You're not going to see, if they come out and say something like that in these games, we're going to make sure they don't take any more than like 4 or 5 years to make maximum, then you see that they're taking these steps to sort of mitigate costs, but doesn't really feel like that's the case, at least at this point, So, yeah, what the answer is, open up the gates.
No doubt. Yo, sorry about that. No, it was the Mets. Somebody watching the sport. I didn't know y'all could hear that. Someone sent me a clip of the Mets. I was playing the clip. There was a brawl. I was like, oh. I was like, sorry about that if y'all heard that. I didn't know that came through. My bad. But yeah, I agree, Saul. That's pretty much it. Let's get this final topic. Any super chats? Let me get up out of here.
Yeah, I got a couple super chats. This one, actually, the Rook. $10 super chat for the I Rook. What about when you watched that giant bug run me over like a damn freight train and you didn't say anything until after? He didn't even see it and you didn't even call it out. You let me die.
Damn.
Well, no, I called it out. Your ass was prone, and you couldn't have got up even if you wanted to. I literally saw it and said, "Yo, you dead." Like, so
Matt, stop hating. I see you. What a Matt's got. Sorry. They said, let us see the brawl. I am not putting that to get no copyright. You crazy? Put the brawl between the Mets and the Marlins. No. Someone just said it to me. I was like, yo, it's up right now. I don't know what's going on, but the Marlins beating us again, so the Mets are tight.
Look, Matt said Rook killed me like 4 times.
No doubt. Any other switch chat?
Nah, that is it. We're caught
All
up.
right, cool. Let's go. Let's get this last one. Oh, look at us being efficient. We got to talk to kids.
Yeah, you don't have to. Yeah, exactly.
Why are we this efficient? What's going on?
How is that the case?
How is this the case that we are this efficient? Shout out to the king enjoying his time off. You already know. So yeah, this one is an interesting one. Been making the rounds. PS6 portable. Sony's reportedly planning a Nintendo Switch PlayStation 6 portable. A new report claims that a planned portable will be dockable like the Switch. So shout out to Moore's Law is Dead. He said in a new video, he talks about leaked stuff, a specific technical specification for the PS6. And don't worry, what you Faris, I got you, because I know he was coming in here looking for king on this one. But yeah, PS6 handle, which will release alongside a traditional, more powerful PS6 home console. And he said, which is based on up-to-date documentation from graphics partner AMD. Moore's Law said it's seen multiple documents that directly call out the PS6 portable that can be docked like a Switch, and claims it will be capable of playing games natively at power exceeding that of a base PlayStation 5 when docked. PS6 portable reportedly feature an AMD APU featuring 4 Zen 6C cores and 2 further cores dedicated entirely to system.task. In addition, PS6 is to feature 16 times RDNA 5 CU GPU clocked at 1.2 gigahertz in handheld mode and 1.65 gigahertz docked. It said Moore's Law it speculates based on the specification cost that the PS6 handheld could retail around $500 and release in 2027. Sony hasn't released a native game handheld since the Vita in 2011. And obviously they talk about the PlayStation 5 portable, but obviously you can't play those games natively. Reuters talk about how Sony had contracted AMD to design and fabricate the PlayStation 6 chip due to the company's prioritization of backwards compatibility. They discussed their and it's also recently Sony discussed its future console strategy in a business segment meeting this summer, in which it said it is committed to exploring a new an enhanced way for players to engage with games, and that the future of the platform is top of mind. While we cannot share further details at this stage, the future of the platform is top of mind. We are committed to exploring the new enhanced way, blah, blah, blah. And that was CEO, Hideaki Nishino. Hideaki, yes, thank you. So yeah, we got the rumors. Start with Attic, man. You know, how we feeling. So it looks like hashtag no PS6 seems to be hashtag 2 or 3 PS6s based on what these rumors are. Maybe one powerful one low power one, and the rumors are obviously then this PS6 portable. How we feel at it?
Pretty good. What's funny is this cat would not leave me alone, so I had to get the Valari pillow so he could get off my desk.
Oh, shout out to Valari. Yes.
Yeah, and now he's biting me. But it's funny that PlayStation Hurricane. So not only are we gonna have a PS6,
we're gonna do 3. We're gonna do 3 PS6.
We have multiple ones.
They heard you, King. They heard you. The 98 is in jeopardy.
I mean, he'll just go down to 96.
He'd be like, he gonna say, Vincent, it sound nice until we'll see if it actually comes. You know how many times things got drawn up? You know what I'm saying? You know where he gonna go. You know the bag he gonna go into.
And then when it comes out, it's like, what's he really lose? Just a couple of days of crow on his face when he had years of clowning?
Nah, I'm gonna need a 90%, bro. I'm gonna need a 90%.
Who really wins that though? Like who really wins that scenario? I don't think King loses. Like he had all this content for years, and all he had to do was, I was wrong. So it's like, the biggest industry is like, I'm kind of curious how they're going to handle the PlayStation, whatever they're going to call that in the long run.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that, they took some notes on, some of the missteps that Microsoft did with the Series S. So they're, not as hard to develop for as the Series S has been this generation.
Yeah.
With that happening, I'm kind of curious if, that does turn out to be true of, Microsoft, whatever their next hardware, if they decide to do another S, because if there's going to be multiple S's that's in that type of hardware, then maybe they can get away with doing another one. It comes down to it. It's like, look, we knew there was a PlayStation. Now, the dockable thing is interesting.
Switch energy.
Because it's like, I get like very bad Fortnite vibes. Just because the Switch is able to handle that doesn't mean you can handle that. Because the reason the Switch can handle that is because a lot of their games isn't demanding. Right. They're able to take that on the go. Can PlayStation do that? Now, I don't know. Like, I don't know technology like that, but it's just like, do you guys realistically want like the next Last of Us or God of War to be impacted in any way, shape, or form because they have to have a mobile version of the game,
lower power version, right?
And but see, regardless what it is, there's just some things that's just not going to work on a mobile aspect like that, because it doesn't affect like the game itself once it's built that way. It affects the foundation they built the game on. Because if they go into the development thinking of, okay, we got to make it work on this, we got to make it work on that. It's got, got heat involving when it comes to, how hot the service can get. Then, they look at that and scale down or up depending on what they can handle. Yeah. So it's just like, if they're able to do it and it doesn't affect the game itself, I'm with it. I don't really play mobile games like that a whole lot. I mean, my Switch is literally in the dock right now. So, like all this mobile stuff, that's mainly for solving Cog and King. I don't care. Like, I really
How
don't.
do you feel about a 3 SKU approach to, like I said, a beefy boy PS6 is the rule, maybe 800, a PS6S, like a Series S, and then a dockable that could be a little bit more powerful than the PlayStation 5 Pro or so?
I think 3's too much. I think make the S the dockable.
Got you.
Because in my opinion, you're having
too many SKUs. 3
different SKUs.
That's the rumor.
That's interesting. And maybe there's certain aspects that we don't know. I don't know. But we look at the PlayStation 5 Pro, like what, $750 right now?
Yeah.
You cannot tell me with a straight face that PS6 Big Boy Edition gonna be $1,000+ more. So it is what it is. I just need to see more on, like, you can tell me what you want. I need to see it in action.
Yeah.
Everything sounds good on paper till you actually do it. The Series S was a great decision to be made, but there was some hiccups along the line doing it, such as like, Baldur's Gate didn't come to the platform for a while. We don't know whether or not, if Black Myth Wukong was, an issue to develop on it. I don't think we'll ever get that information. But there's a lot of games that was having a lot of issues with it. And then there's some developers that said, look, because we had to develop for the Series S, we learned how to optimize better on other platforms using that data. Right. So it's got its pros and cons. I don't particularly know at this time has more pros or cons. I didn't have the Series S the entire generation. I've never owned a Series S. I've only seen like 2, the one that my cousin has and Cogs. So it's just not my thing. Most likely I would get the next PlayStation, the higher end one, because I'm not interested in like the mid-gen stuff, and it's just like I had a really bad experience on the Xbox One S that I will never put myself in that situation again. So. And even though if these games aren't being developed like that, it's just you're not going to get me there. Now, if it's dockable, what does that even mean? Like, it's just it's like, does that mean it's going to play everything? Does that mean it's going to play certain games? Does that mean it's going to play all games at 1080p? Does that mean I think just having the information on paper isn't enough for me to go entirely off of those rumors.
Got you. Sav, I am very curious about how you feel about this.
Okay. All right. Are we gonna act like I haven't been talking about this for years at this point?
Talk your talk, Sasha Downs. Talk your talk. It's your
I've
time.
been talking about this exact thing for years.
Facts.
Since there was the belief that there could be a 2 SKU approach the same way that Xbox was doing it. I've talked about the potential of a PlayStation Portable being hybrid. I've talked about this.
You're right.
And so to the point of the 3 SKU approach, there is no 3 SKUs. This is the second SKU. There is no PS5. This is what it is. And it's going to be able to play the PS5 games. Like there isn't going to be an additional one. In my mind, if they're talking about this being a hybrid,
right.
This is their base PS6. This is the one that they expect to sell the most. This is the mass market product, while the other one, whatever the more powerful one that is only a home console, that is the one that they're probably going to try to get away with selling you for maybe $700, right? I don't think it's going to be more than a PS5 Pro, because we talked about, what Moore's Law is Dead was talking about. Is like all of the tech that they're putting into these machines is to allow them to punch above their weight for a price point that's more akin to what we're used to. Right, all the AI stuff, all the machine learning stuff, all of this, the upgrades to PSSR, incorporating FSR4 into that, incorporating RDNA 5 into that and beyond. It's in order to make the machines be able to punch above their whatever the rasterized performance you would expect out of this type of hardware upgrade. It's going to be, I won't say exponentially. It will be perhaps close to doubled what that rasterized performance would be, because of all of these things that are going to be implemented in consoles moving forward. So yeah, this is it. This is it. If this is all true, then they're doing exactly what Nintendo is doing, and is giving you their base PlayStation 6 will be this machine. This is the machine they're going to push, and if they can push it at $500 with a dock that upscales it and gives it a little bit of juice, and unlike Switch to this point is able to incorporate the VRR properly and all this stuff to allow that machine to perform higher than what a base PS5 does now.
Yeah.
And maybe touching PS5 Pro, because remember, PS5 Pro, really, you're not getting performance upgrades per se.
Right.
It's more about resolution. Like, it's more about being able to push what's closer to native resolution without having to kind of roll back performance, right? And giving you, we can give you the quality mode now for the same at the same sort of frame rate cost that you did on the whatchamacallit. It's just about kind of evening out that field. So if this machine can do that, and again, with all the new tech that we're expecting to be in it, with the possibility of a dock that upscales, and has some juice in it, I see no problems in doing that. And if they can, depending on where the tech is at the time, if they can do it for $500, this will be their mass market product. This is the thing that will make people look at a Switch and be like, wait a minute, the PlayStation is doing this, but it's doing this with this caliber, this level of game. As opposed to what the Switch is doing, which is it's obviously not at that type of visual fidelity, and it's not doing that. But yeah, if this is true, this is what they should be doing. And once again, I think this type of product at that price point, even at $600, I think, is going to sell gangbusters. And I think it wins them back a big portion of Japan if they can do this, right? Because Japan isn't going to care about really the $700 one. They're not. It's going to be this big BC thing. They're not going to care so much about that. They're going to care about this. I think it's very smart, and I've been saying it forever. Hybrid.
All right, but let me push back. not pushback, because I'm really not pushing back, but something Addicts made a good point. What about, from a development standpoint, this lower power mode hybrid thing? You know, a lot of people feel like this is not the way to go. You know,
it is not. Again, looking at the way the technology is scaling upwards, it is not as much of a consideration as it is with dealing with a machine that's dealing with pure rasterized performance. It's not, because the tech is going to be in it. It's going to have our DNA 5 tech in it. So the way it scales is going to be something that we're going to be doing anyway, if they're talking about PC ports as well. So when you talk about their games, like it's not going to be as costly as people think. And it's just going to be about, and when I costly, what I mean in terms of performance, in terms of graphics, costly in that regard.
But I was told that it was hold the generation back if you
but again, you're thinking about it. You're thinking about it in terms of old school rasterized performance, which these machines are not based on anymore. It's different. The core of how these machines function is different. How they get the picture to you on your screen is different. So at the end of the day, it's not the same, and it will not be the same quality drop. You obviously, when you're talking about a hybrid, and especially when you're doing it in portable mode, you have power consumption considerations, battery considerations to have, to think about. So those will be the limiting factors in terms of what you get. But in terms of the hardware, if it is, RDNA 5 or parts of 6, the next iteration of PSSR, which, obviously is going to incorporate part of 4 and part of 5, all of that stuff ensures that stuff is on a level playing field in terms of how those games are being built, right? So it's not the same thing as what we've been talking about up until now. This is the paradigm shift. These next consoles are going to be more in line with how PC games are being built now, right? And these new technologies, again, a 5090. A 5090, the jump in actual rasterization performance is not that big over a 4090.
Yeah, we see diminishing returns on certain stuff.
Exactly. So what makes it an exponential jump is the DLSS 4, is the multi-frame generation. Those things that kind of all of a sudden this game is essentially looking as good as it has on a 4090, but you can now run it at 240 FPS or whatever the case may be, right? So again, all of these next iteration of these consoles are going to have that tech in it.
In conjunction with the AI, the NPUs.
Exactly. Like so it's not the same. It isn't the same. It will not be the same.
All right, Softradam, all right.
I'm telling y'all right now, it will not be the same. Again, if this stuff is real,
if it's to be true, if the leaks are to be,
if it's to be true, we have to worry less about limitations set forth by rasterized performance than we've ever had before. Like this is just.
Last question before I go, are you day one? And if so, which are you getting? What are you leading towards? Or both?
If this is true,
yes,
PlayStation has 2 purchases from me.
Ooh.
Facts. If this is true, they've just sold me 2 machines.
So you get the big boy.
Of course.
Okay. And then you're going to do the PSX.
100%. And this one I won't really be docking. I'll be using it portable.
But
again, I'll be able to bring my PlayStation ecosystem with me.
Yeah, that's my thing.
Again, they're doing everything that I thought Xbox would be doing before we're the biggest third-party publisher on the planet. This is everything that I had predicted that Xbox might be doing, and it's flipped that it's PlayStation. But again, shout out to Moore's Law's dad,
you send the check some way.
To be fair, when y'all talking about this, I'm like, wait a minute, I've been talking about this for years.
For sure.
Again, and it's all speculation.
It's speculation.
Me thinking where I think it should go.
Yeah.
And if this is true, then they agree.
Oh man, I like this. Yeah, that's a good topic. Look, this is interesting, man. Again, with all the stuff that's coming out, I gotta be messy for a little. I will admit now, I got to be messy for a little bit because again, I just want to make sure developers are not going to.
Okay.
I just want to make sure developers are not going to be confused. I just want to, because I was told, you start off on the low end, the common denominator, and you got to scale down. But to Sah's point, things are changing, right? And development, we've had countless stories. I always told people was, developer talent, resources, and all this stuff involved before getting a Wukong to run at 60 frames per second on a Series S, right? And again, this is using the older stuff. We're not talking about the newer technologies and how things are going to change. And again, it's quite interesting that Sony is adopting these strategies. That's, again, the precedent was set, is all I'm trying to get at. You know what I'm saying? Because Xbox did get raked over the coals for this approach, this dual school approach. Now, this is interesting to me because, again, I was talking to Colin, and I think he did kind of allude 3, but maybe to your point, maybe it is 2, and maybe it's just the PS6S is just, the portable, just a PS6S or whatever. Whatever it is, I like it. I like hybrid trying to do that. I like having the option for the big boy, right? That you could do that. That's dope. I tell you what would be super dope. They need to just lean into that Vita naming convention and stop playing. In my opinion, like I like the Vita, you know what I'm saying? The only thing that held the Vita back was the tactileness of the touchpad in the back. You don't have the double shifts. That's where Switch is superior, right? Switch, you have full controller functionality, right? And you have that dockable thing. But yeah, look, we gotta admit, like, I don't want to say Mr. Me. If King was here, he would say Mr. Me Too, but it is kind of Mr. Me Too energy in you're doing a multiple SKU, like the Xbox by Microsoft pioneered, and you're doing a dockable like Switch has done, right? So you're taking the best of, okay, they did that. Now the question is going to be when, right? Because 2027 could be interesting. And this is where I agree with you, Sov. The biggest fumble here, because the rumors are that this will be way more powerful than the Xbox ROG Ally X or whatever, based on the technology that they're going to have.
It will be.
It will be, by far. It's later, it's common sense, right?
It's later, it's common sense.
Right,
yeah.
so we get that. My question, my thing is, I was hoping, because remember the rumors were that the Ally X would be kind of like their test bed, and then Xbox themselves would make the dedicated thing. So I don't have to go through Shinobi Play Anywhere, because I will be getting the console versions of games. That's the strength of this device. Mm-hmm. The console version,
it is that ecosystem
PlayStation on the go. Now you get me into the PlayStation ecosystem more, because that's my issue. The reason why I prefer the Xbox ecosystem, one of the reasons, is because I can take my experience with me. If I'm on the PC, I can play on the PC my games that I'm at work. If I'm taking my laptop traveling with me, I can most likely take all my games, majority of my games on my laptop. And if they have a handheld device and it's playing anywhere, that's the synergy, the cloud saves, the data. That's what I'm talking about. With PlayStation, I am beholden to that living room. I can't bring it over here to the PC, because the launcher, I'm not doing that. You know what I'm saying? And the streaming, I'm not doing that. And then with the handheld, I'm sorry, I'm not interested in no portal. I'm not staying in my couch and tethered to my couch. And I mean, yeah, they did the Wi-Fi, yes, okay. To me, that's not optimal. I want native experience, so that if the internet has been taken away, I can play, right? That's what I want. So you giving me the ability to extend the PlayStation ecosystem outside of my... I'd finish mad PlayStation games. That's why I don't finish. I'm like, damn, I got to wait till I get home. You know what I'm saying? Now you're talking. So, look, that part, I was like, damn, man, if they get out there first, that's going to work. I told me and Maddie talked about that. If PlayStation get out there first on that hell, that's going to work. Now, what I will say, you know what I'm saying, obviously when we come down, we got to see these price points. It's interesting that it looks like the big boy ain't going to be subsidized. You know what I'm saying? Look like you going to pay. You're going to pay that 8. You're going to pay whatever it is it's going to be. As far as I would be shocked, though, Sov, if the PS6S is that cheap, though, right? You think it'd be like that 5?
I mean, again, we're talking 2027. Again, it's going to depend on where the tech is at when they're ready to come out, right? And if you can shrink it, right? Yeah. Obviously, it's about shrinking it. I talked about power considerations, TDP, all that sort of stuff, battery life, all stuff that, it can't be unreasonable for a console player. You can't put that machine out and be like, yeah, but portably it lasts 30 minutes.
Because
the console player is going to be pissed off.
They're pissed off. They got to figure out the battery. Yeah, continue.
It's a balance. It's a balance. And again, I don't know that we're there by 2027. Again, this is all theoretical. But ultimately, you want to have that machine be, all the stuff that they're putting into these machines at the right now, it's super expensive to put in the newest tech, right?
Right.
It will be like any console. It will be somewhat dated by the time it comes out,
for sure,
as opposed to where they are in the PC space. It's always that. It's always the truth of it, right? But at that dated meaning, also it'll be somewhat more affordable. So again, maybe $500 is wishful thinking,
right?
But again, 2027, late 2027, 2028, maybe.
Yeah.
Looking at now, 2 years removed from now, are AMD's moving very quickly with these iterations of RDNA. So yeah, man, anything is possible. And again, you got to remember, it's really, really only Nintendo that's unwilling to take an L on hardware at the launch.
Right.
So they could be selling it at an L and decide, hey, maybe 500, because it is going to be our mass market device, and this is a device we expect most PlayStation owners to buy.
Right.
They could eat that 500 if that's, if it's even remotely around that price. So it's a possibility.
If they subsidize that,
again, that to me, when they look at the success of the Switch. And again,
coming with that 500 price point next to a Switch 2,
a Switch 2
with a power that's compelling.
A Switch 2 that still has like probably another 5 years to 6 years on
and
its
the PlayStation name brand power, that's compelling.
Exactly, and that's why I said that you give yourself the ability to re-win Japan in a way that you have lost them completely compared to Nintendo, right? There's a lot of reasons why this makes sense, especially considering where the tech is. It's possible now when you think about the type of games that PlayStation makes, the type of games that come to that platform. It is something that is a lot more feasible now than it's ever been.
Before you said you want to jump in real quick, so you had something.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, why do we think in Japan, especially, mostly just due to the handhelds being a bigger thing over there, do we really think that PlayStation would make a dent in the armor that Nintendo has over there? Because I would think that the reason is not just because they got mobile phones they can do that with over there too, but the reason Nintendo saturates that market is because they have a product that isn't available anywhere else, and it's in handheld form. Does PlayStation still have that same not brand power, but do they have the titles that would make people want to play games like that on the go? Because the biggest thing for me, it really comes back to is in 2027, like for the reason people are willing to deal with Nintendo like that, especially like we're talking about battery life, is because you're not buying a Switch 2. Like, I don't play my Switch 2 to think that my battery is going to last, that it's going to, because the games aren't taking up as much power.
But with that fidelity, I know where you're going.
Yeah, you're not doing that. But when it came to like my laptop or even a ROG Ally or something like that, when are we not pretty much plugged in all the time? So when it comes to things like systems like that, the battery life is always definitely a thing. You would like to get more than 2 hours out of it. But if you're playing at a fidelity like that and you're trying to get that type of experience, for the most part, you're going to be plugged in 90% of the time when you're playing it. It just ultimately comes down to the titles that, are going to be facilitated on that platform for this to be able to take off. Because I'm with you, Cog. I think this is what everybody kind of wants from PlayStation. This is actually what everybody wants from, Microsoft. But for the most part, it just comes back to Nintendo thrives because they finally linked into the ecosystem that benefits them the most. They sell home consoles, but their portable consoles always did better. They finally met the medium where they was like, it does both. And you guess what? You can only get those games here. So at some point, it's going to be a moment where, most people, we talk about exclusives and stuff, where the exclusive games that come on a PlayStation or an Xbox, that's cool, but only think about the amount of systems that sell versus the amount of exclusives that sell on them, and then compare that to Nintendo. So it's just the simple fact that that's why I think it's kind of harder to like kind of bridge the gap in a handheld market. I think they can do it in a console market when it comes to the home, but it's going to be different when it comes to handheld.
So you still categorized it. I'm gonna let you go, so I can tell you disagree. Forte, just to clarify, you characterize it as a niche device still, a PS6S handheld?
Well, because what are you going to play on it that is going to be the most beneficial to play then on the go? Like, what are you buying it for?
I mean, their IPs. I mean, their IPs is
I
crazy.
mean, but
Yeah,
their IPs are the things that's driving the sales of their system. It only does it initially out the gate. After that, what's driving it after the first 2 years?
yeah.
And that's where PlayStation falls off. You know, they stop developing and making games for those games after the first couple of years. But what are you going to do after,
No,
you saturated with the people that really want the system, and then how are you going to get more people into it?
no, I get what you're going. I guess I'll let you go. So I think I felt like you're looking at it from a proprietary thing standpoint as opposed to maybe ubiquitous thing. But I'll let you answer. So I don't know where you're gonna go with it.
I think when it comes to just the appeal to the Japanese market,
Be right back.
I think
Amazon.
a lot of it just comes honestly down to the portability. That is how they play their games. Whether, like you talked about, like the mobile phones, the Switch, that's pretty much it, right? Like everything in terms of like pure console sales have fallen off. So I understand that they haven't had a product to compete with Nintendo in that way up until whenever this releases, since like the Vita and to be fair, I when you compare how the Vita did or even the PSP did compared to the Nintendo handhelds, I don't think they're in the same league either. So you're right about that. They make different types of games. At this point, Nintendo has kind of cemented themselves as being like the portable console/console maker. But I think if they want to have a chance to get back some of that mind share in Japan, they have to do this, right? Otherwise, it's going to be continuous. To me, it's going to continue to diminish their hold in Japan. And I think, I think the Japanese people also are very sort of they're loyal to their brands too. So, in as much as they've been, are loyal to their brands, I think PlayStation still does fairly well in Japan, but it doesn't even remotely compare to Nintendo.
Yes.
Because of the handheld and because of how portable centric they just are as a society.
Right.
So I think they have to do it in order just to see how much of it they can get back. In terms of like, I don't know that the idea of a portable style game versus what we consider a console game is as prevalent anymore, because when you look at like, the first party stuff on the Nintendo side, they're still very sort of in-depth, huge games. The Zeldas, when you look at, the Mario Odyssey, you look at the whatchamacallit, you look at the Donkey Kong, they're still like big games, These aren't necessarily what you would consider like, I play for 5 minutes, put down type of games. What Nintendo has done very well is that that sort of suspend resume works like a charm on that thing. Like it's like you just put it to sleep, boom, come right back, and it's right there. And you will have your instances where something updates or whatever, but I think these games have been better about like saving at regular intervals where you're not ever going to be super far from what the last place where you saved. A lot of auto save stuff happens as well. It's not you physically going into a menu and saving either. So all of that stuff, I think. When PlayStation looks at it, it's like it's worth it for us to do it and give it a shot. And for me, the success I think they'll see in the rest of the world is enough for them to be like, well, we have to try this if we can. We have to try this if we can. And I think and adding success in Japan is just kind of like the icing on the cake, right? So that's the way I feel about that. I think the biggest thing to me is going to be hitting that mass market price point.
Yes.
With the tech that they you expect to kind of see in this machine, especially two years removed from now. So that to me.
So I agree with that, and the whole conversation about isn't if they should do it. In my eyes, I think you're right. They should do it. It would be idiotic not to do it, because that's a market. Even if you could pull some market share, it's better than no market share.
Yes.
I think the biggest thing for me where it comes back to is, I go back to the reason Nintendo's all in on that market. Like there's no in between. It's like their console is their console, their handheld is their handheld, which happens to be one thing.
Right.
Whereas what's going to drive the PlayStation gamer outside of the people that outside of the people that would end up buying both, what's going to be the thing that's going to drive
Right.
a person that says, I have a PlayStation, why do I have to get this handheld too? And I think it just comes back to, I can play all of these same games in this one ecosystem that I have. Now, if you're a person that likes to play games on the go, absolutely. In Japan, I think that would definitely fit the bill. I think they would sell more of the handheld there than they would of the console at that point.
100%.
Yes, I 100% agree. 100%.
I think they would do that. But the question comes down to what is the success for PlayStation at that point? Because I keep thinking people, when they look at it, it's like, their success in a handheld would be nowhere near what Nintendo's is.
Right.
They would have to be willing to say, we're just taking market share away. We're not trying to sell. I mean, we could sell 50 to 60 million of these things. Absolutely, we'll take it. But the thing that I noticed the most with PlayStation is when something doesn't take off the way they
abandon quickly.
They abandon it.
That is very true.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I am now. It's like, so what? And we don't know this because we're not in that boardroom to hear the questions being asked.
Yeah.
I just want to know if this thing, are you good with 20 million of these things sold,
Right.
10 million of them sold?
I think you're thinking about it backwards. I think this is their mass market. Like, again, if the more powerful one that isn't a portable thing, if that thing is 7, let's say it's 6 to 7, right?
You talking about the
PS6 big
home
boy
console?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, easily. That thing's gonna be $700 out the box.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I think the hardcore will buy both.
Oh, absolutely.
I think the hardcore will buy both, and the person that doesn't want to spend $600 to $700 on a console will look at this and, like to Cox's point, compare it to a Switch and be like, you know what, I'm gonna get this. And I to me, I think PlayStation sees this is their main SKU. And I would
but
not.
Are we there yet? That's the question. Because,
it's a good question. I mean, I
you're
understand
right.
both your points. I understand both your points.
I agree 100% on that. It's just, are we there yet? Because the thing about what PlayStation doing that is, it's still the hardcore buying it. Like how much of the dedicated PlayStation gamer that likes to play their games at home on a couch,
right,
and don't want to spend $700 would acquiesce and jump down to this one because that's the entry level experience versus just buying a system where
right, but they're not thinking about that player. They know that player is going to jump in, which whether they get the cheaper one, they get the more expensive one. That player is in already. They're worried about.
Well, we're just assuming that those people are going to buy just the handheld, even if they rather have a home console.
No. I'm assuming that the hardcore that maybe doesn't care about the handheld is going to buy the expensive one. This is the mass market one. This is the one that they expect to sell
Series
80 million of.
So
80 million
but
of.
But that's still a home console though. We're talking about a handheld.
It's not a handheld. It's a hybrid. It's both.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't hear you say if it's a hybrid. Then
it's a hybrid. Yeah, that's what the links.
That's the argument we're talking about. It's a hybrid.
Okay.
It's not a handheld. No.
Yeah.
There is no 3 SKUs. That if this is true, that third SKU is not real. At least at this point, it is.
Okay,
this.
that's what. This or the high end. If that's the case, then absolutely. Then the people will just do what they did with the Series X, Series S, just like they do now.
Like what they're doing now, and that's where I was going back with again, if you look at the splits, for as many people who said, you know, what was the purpose of Xbox doing that strategy? The splits kind of lean that there's more. I'm assuming Series S is potentially out there, and as the entry level point, if that's the entry level point, and then combine that with the to Saul's point with the hybrid like device in a market where you don't have that, then maybe that's the mentality. I do wanted to stress one thing before you continue, Saul, and then I'll get my balls off after you. Was that we do have to look at their change in leadership because I'm a big Hiroki Totoki fan. He about
you just like his like to say his name. His name's really cool.
Hiroki Toki, that's my guy. That's my guy, bro. Because when he don't like something, he gonna fix it. He gonna get you out of there. He gonna scold you. I like where he at with it. He gonna get back to sensibilities. And one of those things that I think what you're kind of alluding to, Saul, is that like they're seeing, because Forte's making a good point. Yes, Nintendo is dominant out there. And then I feel like during the Jim Ryan era, they literally conceded Japan a bit and went more with European sensibilities. And then that's not core PlayStation. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of like the direction they go. I like their laughter. I know the major PlayStation fan base said that last showcase was whack. Me and King was popping bottles like, yes. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what I know you to do and get back to these core things. So part of me, I feel like there's a culture shift and say like, well, why can't we compete in the Switch space? Not saying necessarily that we're going to dominate them, but like, let's see if we can take market share here and put ourselves in different places. I'll let you get your finish your bars, Solver. Then I want one other thing, but I want to say.
No, that was just in response to Forte. I guess part of what I said, he was a little bit. He thought I was still talking about a 3 SKU thing, and no, for me, it's just like this is their base SKU. You know, that this hybrid thing would be their base SKU, priced more reasonably, and then it allows them to get away with a $600 or $700 just purely home console that has all the bells and whistles you expect from a PlayStation 6. But again, with the portable one, the hybrid one, because of the way tech is changing, all of that stuff's going to be in there. So, what you're going to be able to achieve in comparison to the big boy, you're not going to have this huge delta you would if you were just relying on pure rasterized performance. It's not the reality anymore.
I get that. I just like to start
and that's
trouble.
exciting.
I like
that's exciting.
Trouble.
Yeah, that's exciting.
What's exciting for me to start trouble because I was told, saying that this was a mistake in the development strategy, and I just find it interesting that other people are mimicking.
If things don't change and they decide not to use all this stuff, then I would say because you will see a considerable delta between performance.
Developers out here doing magic tricks and sorcery. Because it's funny when you have this is my ultimate point. When you have the player base, that's why I love Nintendo Switch, because Switch shut down all that holding the generation back stuff, because when you have that user base, developers want to figure out a way. They get creative. Sorcery happens. You know what I'm saying? And it ends up on your platform.
Cyberpunk is on the Switch too. Still can't believe it.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Certain people, Nintendo gave dev kits to for a reason. You know what I'm saying? So I just thought that was interesting. And for me, like I said, my final thing, yes, I would be very interested. I'm curious about that year when it releases. And then there's a part of me that obviously, that would extend my PlayStation ecosystem. But as far as me, I still hope, as far as the Xbox side, that they continue to do, I know SteamOS, the rumors are coming out, but they continue to come out with their dedicated handheld. Because for me personally, I'll be honest, like, if I had to choose, let's say 2027 is a year, and let's say Xbox does consider doing it, right? I still would pick an Xbox handheld, a dedicated one, console one, because to me, okay, that's the ecosystem I have, right? Fine. But I get the multiple storefronts. And to me, that's the future. Like, I'm like, okay, cool. I got the Steam. I got GOG. I got Epic. I got EA. I got whatever. I like that. And then I have, obviously, Xbox and Game Pass. So that's what I perfectly want, with the console versions being the prominent thing. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to get my Xbox Rock Ally. I still love it. I just want you to complete your Play Anywhere initiative. Don't give me an incomplete grade on that. Because
hopefully we can speak to a certain someone while we're in Japan.
Because I will be speaking to a certain someone, saying about that.
About how realistic that is to hopefully.
Well, I mean, I think when everybody's being forced to Windows 11 at the end of this year, I think
my mom's called me. Yo, Forte, my mom's called me. She was like, I keep getting this prompt. I was like, what you talking about? Yeah, I was like, Mom, you still on Windows 10? I gotta get you.
Slow-mo I was talking to Slow-mo during the podcast. And I was like, what's going on, bro? He's like, I'm moving stuff over. He
was holding up.
He's like, I don't want to, but I got to. I was like, bro, I've been on Windows 11 for 4 years now. I ain't had no issues.
No, Windows 11 is good. Like, I can't even be mad at, like, I understand people's reservations, but Windows 11 it's fine.
But I did,
minus on portable devices where it's not the default UI, and we like a gaming UI. Thank God the Xbox Allies do that.
I'm happy that they're finally, especially because I think they're doing a lot of this mostly for gaming and stuff when it comes to that unified experience. I just want them to be able to put this all together, because the ultimate goal is Windows 12, and we get that unified experience where handhelds, consoles, and everything are synced together. Then you truly have where no matter where you have your games, they play no matter what.
It's fine.
That's
They're just
the goal.
crybabies. Yeah, just crybabies. That's fine.
When somebody to stay in the chat like, man, nobody want that trash.
Oh my God. Well, that's all I got, man. Let's get up out of here. No,
Let me
any
see.
other super chats off?
Yeah, let's see. We got a couple. Let me see. We got Hargeet Chani. $5 super chat. PS6 portable, if it is real, would create 3 SKUs. We talked about that, Hargeet. No 3 SKUs. That other one. Why would it? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that it would. Like, it's the same reason they're talking about this like it's a brand new, thought.
So you don't think they just make, let's say a person
what sense would it make? What sense would it make?
A person don't want a hybrid. He just want a Series S, a PSX Series S without the hybrid.
I mean, I think at the launch of a console, there's too much.
I think there's a chance they do it if the base version comes out and it's mad successful. Kind of like what Switch did with Switch and Switch Lite. Like Switch Lite didn't come at launch. It's like, okay, we got a vast majority of people that want mobile experience, so we can make just a mobile experience too.
Yeah, I could see that a couple years down the line. I think that's too much at the launch of something. It's just confusing at that point. Like, yeah. And if you really want people to buy that hybrid, you don't want to give them too much other choice.
You want to push that. All right,
yeah. Let me see. It would create 3 SKUs: docked performance mode, undocked performance mode, and full PS6. Waiting for the dev pushback. But again, we're talking Hargeet. We're talking about machines that. Hopefully, right? The expectation is that they are just built differently.
Forte mute.
Oh, sorry.
Mute.
Yeah, out here making purchases, man.
Yeah. Again, we're talking about hopefully machines that are built differently with, machine learning, AI stuff at its core, where this is less of an issue. But we'll see. That's the hope. That's the expectation. That's where it looks like everything is heading. Yes, if we're talking about like pure rasterization, yes, I could see dev pushback like, oh no, this particular this is a lemon.
Yeah, the devs ain't gonna come outside now. Potato talk. We got potato.
It should be lessened considerably. We'll see.
It's funny when the rabbit got the gun. I'm just joking.
Then we got Just About the Games with the £10 super chat. Been listening for a long time. First time I managed to catch the show live. Keep up the foolishness. Yes.
Much love, Just About the Games.
Not the good work, the foolishness.
The foolishness. Not the good work, the foolishness. They love the foolishness. No doubt. Let's get up out of here. Look like Forte is doing his thing. Let's get Lord Addict, man. Where can the people find you? What you got going on, sir?
Follow me on Twitter, Lord Addict ILP. Follow me on YouTube at Gaming Addict. I've been streaming all the Final Fantasy, so I'm on the last boss of Final Fantasy 1, so I'll probably stream that tomorrow. First off, I want to throw the $100 thing up, King.
Oh, yeah. Like, we go.
Woo! Yeah.
Tokyo.
Today is officially the last day for Road to
Tokyo.
We didn't really push anything today. Like I told you guys, we're just going to... Last week's was this week's. The goal extended to this week. Want to thank you guys.
Yes.
I once again want to thank you guys.
And stick around, guys. Don't leave just yet. We got special stuff cooking for you. But continue.
I got some plans I have to like really go over and go over a fine tooth comb, because I want Tokyo to be a community experience and not just an ILP experience like the members. So I got to figure out exactly how it's going to work. Probably can't do that till I get to New York to test out some of the stuff that Cog has, but we will be live streaming in Japan.
Yes.
At least for the first couple days. Now, after about like maybe 3-4, then we're going ghost for a whole week. So
we got to work.
But yeah, so just want to thank you guys, like from the bottom of my heart, man. I want to thank you guys.
Yeah, love, man. Again, throw that up in there. Salute, much love, man. You got us there. We're achieving our goal. We're so excited, and things seem to be working out. So, yeah, salute on that. Again, stick around. Don't leave just yet. Lord, solve. Where can the people find you? What you got going on?
Yeah, I mean, just to echo Addict, thank you guys. You guys really made it happen. And I touched on this last week, but it's a joy to see you guys just participate in this stuff and know that we'll be okay with whatever foolishness you guys ask of us, because it's just it's fun. Again, I'm a grown man who's never cosplayed anything, and to like do it on this show and to it be as ridiculous as like a Yoshi,
Yes,
head to toe, like. But again, it's fun. It's funny. It keeps us young. It keeps us, yeah.
It's about giving back. You guys support the show every week, and I'm all about, look, if you guys are gonna donate, I'm gonna give you a reason to. I'm gonna give you entertainment for doing it. I don't like just taking, donations and super chats for nothing. Yeah, it's like I said, I'm a full metal alchemist. For every actor has to be something that's returned of equal value. So,
no, that's love. Good, continue, so.
The premiere has started, so we gotta hurry up.
Okay, yeah. So that's it. Shout out to you guys. Again, awesome, and see you next week.
No doubt.
We got one more. Kizzy Boo Boo, £5 super chat. I just showed my wife the clip of the lap dance, and she wet herself and said I should have kept it to myself. You probably should have kept that to yourself, bro.
No doubt, no doubt. Real short. Forte, where can people find you?
You got a minute, Forte?
I got a minute. Oh yeah, I only need 2 seconds, maybe longer. No man, great show as always. Was listening to it the whole time. I'm super happy for you guys to get a chance to go to the Holy Grail called Japan. I definitely can't wait to get out there myself. That's on my bucket list too. So only thing I ask is have fun.
Yes.
Just have fun. That's it.
Of course, brother.
And then when you go to the Pokemon Center, make sure you
Attic is on it. Trust me.
Pokemon Center.
That Square Cafe, Sega building, this stuff on the docket, bro.
We got just let me know.
Gotcha.
But great show. And then while they're gone, I'll definitely be here to help you guys out when it comes to stuff. You guys are streaming. I'll be putting that stuff in there. Other than that, you guys have a great week.
No doubt. Everybody enjoy. Thank you guys for the road to Tokyo. It's been fantastic. Stick around. Amazing interview. Lord Ben Fakay of Lizard Cube. Amazing Shinobi Art Adventures. Stick around. I'm telling y'all, man. Y'all gonna love it. We out of here, man. Enjoy your Sunday and enjoy your holiday. Peace.
Peace.